Like babe, cast sórí YouTube. Wọ́n lè wo from YouTube. From Zoom ni mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n lè wo from YouTube. Ìyá tún lè wọ́. Ó ti dà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gan. Ó dà pé church ni kìíní ti máa work dáadáa. Ṣé màá gbé kọ̀ǹpútà yìí lọ church? Mo lè gbórí ẹ̀ nìkan náà. Màá lo display monitor church. Àbí? Màá kàn gbé góńgó ní ẹ̀. Ó dà pé wọn ní lè join lórí YouTube àfi tí n bá fún wọn ní link. Ọ̀ṣun sọ̀rọ̀ níbi tuntun. Hello everyone. Hello. Mi bọ̀. Hello. Ah. On delay. On delay. blood testing.
It's about the female archbishop. Okay.
Am I in the right meeting, Alex?
You are indeed. Can you hear
Excellent.
me?
I can. Yeah, I was. Was it
You are
1 o'clock we start?
1:30 actually, so I'm
Oh,
just
it's
setting up.
1:30, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Brilliant. I've got
I
half
just
an hour.
wanted to be online so people can join in.
Ah, well,
Yeah,
lovely to see you.
you too. You too. Can
Was
you
that?
see me though?
I can see you, yeah.
All right, I can't even see myself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, that's great.
Is this what you were prepping last night?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Let me just quickly couple up the main system because I'm using multiple systems.
I mean, I'm still eating my lunch, so I thought it was funny I only got 15 minutes for lunch, but
I know how was the first meeting? How did it go?
last night I
No,
had
no, no.
sorry, this morning. Yeah, no, really good. We had lots of interesting chats.
Right.
Mayo brought in some interesting points around transparency and leadership, which was spurred a lot of thought and conversation. That was really good.
It's good.
You know, and Dr. Martin, I mean, you've done it, haven't you? I think the thing already. So, have you done the FCC ordination?
No, not yet.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the thing is that I currently have one ongoing, to be fair. You understand me?
Yeah,
I sort of like, what will I say now? Will I say I abandoned it or I paused it because of schedules? You understand me? And
yeah.
there was a little bit of financial commitment that I couldn't meet up to as well. So that's with it's called an MIT program, Minister in Training program with the Elim Church.
Ah, okay.
So I've gone through the theology program, blah blah blah, all that stuff, and then stepped on into the Minister in Training course, which is a 3 year course. Theirs is 3 years, man.
So you'll be much more qualified than me at the end of that, then.
At the end of the day, whoever he calls, he justifies, and whoever he justifies, you understand me, blessed.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way it is. You understand me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just, and these are part of issues why people should understand why there needs to be a process in place for people to be ordained. It's all about accountability at the end of the day. For people to be accountable to a particular structure and not just random, so we know where people are coming from. To protect, obviously, you understand me, other believers and people. Because what will I say? In the country where we come from, things are not organized this way at all. Anybody can just stand up, become a random preacher, pastor, blah blah blah, and that puts a lot of bad name when things begin to go wrong on Christians, because people will assume, oh, that's how Christians are everywhere, but that's not true. It's just the what will I say? It's just the little um, bad eggs that won't follow process, don't want to be accountable to anyone, don't want to be involved in this structure. They want to hear the Holy Spirit for themselves. They have no confirmation from any place. And then abuse is inevitable when things like that go on. So it's a process that needs to be well thought of. one needs to be sure for his and available as well, because availability is the big word there. Because it's one thing for you to get ordained, it's another thing for you to be doing something completely entirely different from what you are going to do. And then that puts you in an awkward situation where you're trying to clamor for your own personal livelihood, meet up with.
Don't I know it, Alex? Well, I'm very fortunate to have a highly qualified, quite well remunerated wife to support the ministry of this household.
I'm telling you, that's you're blessed, my brother. You don't understand what God has given you.
I do. Don't think I don't fully appreciate that. But Sally would really love to sort of be able to step out into part-time ministry herself.
Oh, that's good.
So that creates some challenges for us where I need to my business is growing at the moment.
Yeah.
But I need to grow it significantly in order to offset that loss to us.
I get you.
For her to cut back at work and in practice she works 4 days a week at the moment.
Okay.
She cut down to part-time when we started having children.
Yeah.
And she sort of increased it a little bit when the children got a bit bigger and we needed a bigger house.
That's right.
So she does 4 days a week, and then she sort of works for she was working in gyms as well as a fitness instructor.
Yeah.
And she still does. Well, she still will be doing a little bit of that, but she was almost doing a day a week in gyms spread out across the week. And that at the moment she's not really doing any paid gym work because of a broken leg.
Oh dear.
Which is her legs, the break has healed, and she's now rehabilitating.
Okay.
All of the soft tissue damage and lack of strength, right, so that she can go back, and she will be going back to do at least one paid class, but it's definitely going to look very different to what she was doing before.
That's right.
And I think she'd like to be able to reduce her hours at her work. She doesn't really enjoy her current job. She moved role about a year ago. And 18 months ago to working with difficult women, let's say. I think she's as much a social worker as a probation officer these days. And it's very demanding. I mean, I'm sure you've met demanding people, and you just think,
I know. It just sap out the whole energy in you.
Absolutely, and at the same time, you think, are they going to be here next week?
Exactly.
Yeah, will they be alive next week? and that weighs on you, of course. So she's not really thrived in that, let's say. And her previous role was in the courts writing reports.
Yeah.
Where she'd interview offenders and write reports about them, and she absolutely loved that role. And in hindsight, maybe we shouldn't have moved. We moved because she thought she had to.
Oh dear.
In that they're meant to change role every 2 years in the probation service.
Yeah.
But they didn't actually do the enforced moves this time around, so she could have just stayed in the courts where she was very happy. So she's looking at options at the moment, but she's an elder of our church.
That's good.
And you saw her on Sunday doing things as well, so she'd love to do more ministry.
That's good.
And as many of us would.
Yeah, well, this is why I was saying about the time. You see, this time element is just one thing that I don't know how God is going to do it. I just wish that, we don't have bills to pay or anything like that. You understand me? And someone can concentrate fully on ministry. But you see, And when all kinds of things is chasing you for attention and for bills, for these, kids and all that, you understand me?
Yeah, yeah.
And knowing what it takes or knowing what it entails, like to be in ministry, you understand? It's become something that you got to think well before you step into it. You just can't think that, oh, it's just one thing to do. No, 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 no. These are people's lives that, you know, God wants to entrust on you, that you will be the one that will hear God on their behalf. You understand me? Pray
Mm,
with them in their time of weakness and all that, you know. And
yeah.
that can't be done in a noisy, running up and down, helter skelter, you understand me, kind of situation. So believe me, you understand me. My first 10 years in the UK was in full-time ministry. And since I left it, I've missed it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so where were you? Where was that? Where were you in full-time ministry?
So I did 5 years first with Operation Mobilization, and this is all over Europe.
Ah, okay. Yes, you've mentioned that. That's is it Reinhard Bonnke's group? No, the other one. Who put that together? Adrian Platt? I can't think of the guy's name. I've lost you. Yeah, I've lost connection. You're back.
It's because there's a cable I'm looking for to do a connection to a screen I want to share that has the materials. I don't know, for some reason. I went on with it last night. I didn't know that I didn't bring it back. So I just want to quickly pick it up and go back.
Mm. Who was it that founded OM?
Sorry?
Who founded OM?
That's this picture on my profile there, George Vala.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's his picture on my profile there. He's just gone to be with the Lord now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but he had a very, very fantastic ministry, you understand me? And God really used him. And he's still using him. And yeah, it's been. And then after OM, then went to that's when then OM then transited into ministry with Ellen Pentecostal Church, which
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm loving these chili chips because they're so chilly it slows me down eating them.
Mm.
Oh, he's gone.
Mm.
yeah, I got it.
Right.
That's why it's always good to prepare ahead of time.
Mm.
Did you leave one of your speakers in the church?
I hope not.
You know that small speaker that you were using? It's like a
Um,
The mini one.
small
is it the
box.
cube? I've lost you again.
It's talking about like.
Hmm. Did I not bring the cube home? I'll go check. Hello. No, I didn't.
Sorry?
No, mine is here. There's my cube.
All right.
No, so there is another one there. I think it's for the I don't know whose it is, but it goes with the electric guitar that's in the church.
Okay.
I think I just moved it from where it normally is, perhaps.
Oh, I was thinking it was yours. I was like, oh gosh, Jonathan forget his
No, I did bring mine with me and use it, but fortunately I did take it home because my big one's at our church at the moment, so I'd have nothing to practice with if I didn't have that. Not that I'm going to do much practicing today. Um,
yesterday has taken care of that.
yeah, I am trying to finish off a song at the moment. I've done another one, and I just need to fiddle with the chorus a little bit on it. It's just not quite hitting the mark yet. So, but I can do that on my acoustic guitar, so I don't need the speaker for that. Mm. So where are you at the moment, Alex?
Me, I'm heading back to church. I just came back.
Ah, do you obviously live quite close to church?
Yeah, I do. I
That's
live near.
good. That's good.
Yeah,
We're,
that was part of the motivation. You understand me when um Alien wanted to close down this place and sell it off,
mm,
and we were like, I was just like, well, and they don't want to like sort of like leave it in the hands of you know any random people they don't know because it's quite very emotional for them to actually see the building or the church stop in this area because apparently the current general superintendent of Elim was the youth pastor here, was the youth
mm.
pastor.
Oh yeah, I just saw that picture flash up as you reconnected.
Okay. Yeah, so
Uh,
that's George Vara.
okay.
Yeah, he's the founder of OM. And I think nearly about 7 ministries came out of OM. There's the ship ministry. There is even YWAM. YWAM came out of OM.
Okay.
Yeah. Which other one again? To some extent, Soul Survivor has
Oh
a
yeah.
bit of history. Yeah. Did an amazing work. God really used him this time.
Um, Sally and I know the leader of Soul Survivor New South Wales
Okay.
in Australia
Wow.
because it's a much smaller enterprise there, but they still run their festivals unlike the team here. So we didn't get to go to one of their festivals, but I did go to one of the venues they use for it, which is a lovely place. It's on the cliffs in Australia. It looks out over the sea. It's very sort of set. It's called Stanwell Tops, and it's in a sort of wooded conference facility. Really great location. Not as big as the UK festivals with big tents and things like that. It's much
Yeah,
more
yeah.
like the Pioneer Centre if you've been there,
Oh
or
yeah, I've been there.
or where we have ours. In fact, it's much more that sort of venue. So smaller festival, but they're still doing it, which is great.
Right. I think I'm 80% set now.
Good.
I need this one because the best sound quality comes off my phone, apparently.
You should shift yourself slightly though, so that lovely background is in the back of the shot rather than the fire extinguisher.
Oh, okay, all right. I can put it this way.
I love that mural you have at your church. It's wonderful.
Let me see. Let me see if I can actually turn the table over this way. The reason is I want to connect to a telly here that I want to
Ah, okay, yeah.
done.
Yeah, that
So
makes
I
sense.
don't want to be backing it, but I think I can actually move this one over here.
Oh, there we go. We've got life on the wall now.
Yeah.
That's good.
Then let me put on the lights.
That's great. Yeah, very good. Looks like you have a clerical shirt on as well.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to get myself one of those.
Oh yeah.
Just for next month. That'll be the only time I ever wear it.
Now, one problem I have is this Zoom for Business that I use is the church one.
Yeah,
It's the one that can host, you know,
yeah,
sessions, on multiple platforms, and not just multiple platforms. If they're breaking people into like rooms, and you don't need
yes,
logging off and logging back on every 40 minutes, it can go for like,
yeah, yeah,
300 hours or something like that.
yeah, yeah.
Now, I might need to sign in on my own personal login and join as well.
Mm.
Then I can use that to share like materials, videos, and stuff like that.
Ah, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you were sharing about your time as a full-time pastor earlier, but the
Yeah.
so I didn't get to hear the rest of it.
That was in London.
In
And
London.
yeah, in London,
Ah, okay.
in Islington. And
Islington. Ah, okay.
Islington in London, yeah. And then marriage
No,
in
I was thinking we've got a church there, but it's Ilford, not Islington. I'm thinking of.
okay, Ilford, which is
Yeah. That Ilford's near there's a little airport in London. Is it London Airport? I think it's called.
no, there is London City Airport, which is on your way to Woolwich, and then there's one in Excess, which is
Okay. The one I'm thinking of, it has it's by a university and it has a single runway and it's also by the Thames.
yeah, that's London City.
It's London City. Yeah, Ilford's just north of there.
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah. And Tony Sands, who I'm sure you'll have know his name,
Okay.
Reverend Tony Sands, who's the chairman of the Fellowship of Churches of Christ.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So he's considered the highest authority now. It was Dad, was
yeah.
Phil Seedon before. It's now Tony. Um, Tony is a trustee of Ilford Church,
Right.
so he's effectively one of the elders there.
Wow.
Um, yeah, but his actual church is a New Frontiers church. Not
Okay.
many people know that.
Interesting. Wow.
But he was the minister at our church about 20 years ago, or a bit longer than that now, probably more like 30,
Mm.
25, 30 years ago. And he's been a minister at many churches of Christ all over the world,
Wow.
mainly Australia. But so Australia and England. And he comes from Liverpool himself, but he's ended up at a New Frontiers church because the Church of Christ is, doesn't have enough paid ministry positions in this country at the moment,
Right, that's right.
which is a sad thing of it. And he's done a great job. He's currently in the process of planting 4 churches from
Wow.
his church. Yeah. So he's raised up a sort of 5-fold ministry team, and he's now sending each one of them to go out and plant a church, and do the same thing. So
Interesting.
he's a great leader. He really is a great leader.
Well, learning more to the point.
While you're here, can I just try something and see if you're gonna see it?
Yeah, we don't have to often get to talk, do we, Alex? This is fun.
Let me try something.
It was at the back with the microphone.
Yeah, this is Pastor Alex from Rowley.
Yeah, okay. Hello. Okay, good,
There
great,
you go.
perfect. This is what I'm looking for.
Now you just need to check you can share your content.
Yes, I can. I'll
Because
be
you're
able
not the
to.
host.
Yeah. First is the agenda, which is already there, to keep me up to. I was looking for sound on this. It wasn't working. But because I was the only one, I was not getting sound.
Have you spoken to Maya this morning?
No?
No? Okay. I just wondered if he told you anything about last night.
No, I assumed that he will be in lectures throughout, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he has been in lectures. He's been a good boy.
And then also I'm aware that he might be working, so I don't know how he's gonna do all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's changed job now, hasn't he? What's he doing?
He's actually working now with in a support role, but in a much smaller version. So they've got like this people that have a permanent disability. They kind of they live in a home, like they make it basically essentially make it look like it's their home. So
Yeah.
it's like a 3-4 bed house, but people
Yeah.
with varied disability, but it's people that need to be supervised.
It's like a children's home, only it's not children. It's
actually with adults as well. So it's not
yeah,
just
it's adults with
yeah, they do both
disabilities. Yeah.
adults and children. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's children in there as well. Yeah, of course, I guess there would be.
I don't think so. I think it's
Okay.
2+ because some of them are like really grown old men with cerebral palsy and all that stuff that they. So instead of them not being or putting the burden of care on their dependents, they've housed them in a home and people can come and see them. They have visitors and all that. They go for games. They have normal life. They can go shopping. They can go swimming, and all these sensory places where they take them to and all that. So that's what I think he's doing now.
We've got people joining us now.
Yep.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, Martin.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Great to see you. Yeah.
I won't stay, but I just wanted to greet you, and I'll wait for a few seconds till the others join, and then I'll say farewell.
All right.
Leave you to it. How are you keeping, Alex?
Very well. All good.
All good.
Yeah.
That's great. How is Bishop Melody?
I was thinking she will even be here, but I assume that she's actually making her way down from Nottingham, or maybe she's preparing for service tomorrow, probably praying or something.
Yeah. When does she fly, Alex?
On the 7th, on Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah, from Heathrow.
Because I prayed for it already. I felt like it had happened,
I guess what you mean. It's answered prayers already.
She's going to Nigeria.
Yes, she's having to go to Nigeria for Dad's 1-year anniversary, and actually encourage the church plans that Dad was looking after. Yeah, and
you've got a brother there still, though, haven't you? Helping with that,
but not in the same city though. He's
he's
doing
in
his own. Yeah, he's doing his own thing in Lagos or something like that.
Oh, that was Deo. Deo, good to see you.
Hi,
How are you?
Doctor. I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, lovely to see you.
Thank
I
you.
didn't see you this morning.
Yeah, I couldn't make it this morning. I had an emergency to quickly attend to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Oh,
dropped a message from you on WhatsApp.
I beg your pardon. I'm not very good at WhatsApp.
It's all right, no problem.
That's my age, you see.
That's right. Resits are available, aren't they, Martin?
Yeah. Well, if you watch the videos, that helps.
Yeah.
A few latecomers. Nice pic, Deo.
Thank you.
You look young and vigorous and handsome.
While we're still joining, there is something that I want to introduce us to, which will help me to know where we are with regards to the materials that we put online. So I don't know if we've used this before, but this is a tester one that I want us to.
Sorry to interrupt you, Alex. I'm going to leave you to it.
Okay.
I know there's still some to join, but
Yeah.
I'll leave you to it. I just wanted to make sure that all was well.
All right.
Bless you, my friend. Take care.
All right. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll just start with a word of prayer. If you can hear me, just say amen. Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for this course that we want to look into. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for your guidance. And we pray that the learning will be a life changer in our lives, in our communities, and to the people that we serve. We did pray for all the participants that will join shortly. We pray that they will be joining possibly anytime soon. And also we pray that for good network connections for everyone. We pray that you will help us. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 So I don't know if we've done this before, but I want us to practice this before we then do the one for the main course. And so let me just. So basically, what you need to do is you got to go on a website called Kahoot Eat. Just type that maybe on your mobile phone or any screen you're using.
Are you able to drop that in the chat at all, Alex?
Yeah, that's why I want to try and copy and paste. So this is the site. Where is the chat box? Yeah, chat. So this is the site that you need. And once you go on it, what you're going to see is something will come up like, put in the code. Okay. So, and then you enter your nickname. Let me say maybe Alex. Let me use this. And then you say, okay, go. Go back.
Sorry, where's the code?
Let me see how to share it effectively. I think I need to say share. So this is the right thing. So copy and then post. You have to click it from the chat and then we'll be able to take the course.
That right. It says assignment. Yeah.
What did you say, John?
I said it says assignment on the screen.
You said what?
Assignment.
Yeah. Well, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Just a moment. It will get better now. That's what I'm looking for. There's a code. Oh, you know what? If it's wasting my time, I would just rather go. Okay, ready to join. So it's going to generate the pin now. And all you just need to do is you put in this pin to be able to enter into the course, and then you put in your name. So first instruction is to just go to Kahoot Eat and then put in the pin number of this game and your name, and then you're in. I will see as people joining, it's going to show me who was successfully joining.
I'll just drop the pin in the chat.
Okay. Okay, people are joining. As joined.
Deo, you'll just have to find out, I guess.
Sorry?
Deo's asking if this works on a mobile phone.
Yeah, it works on mobile phone. Yes, it does. It's even better on mobile phones, actually.
Ah.
Yeah.
I've got to a screen where I've got my nickname and
Yep.
I've got a little face that I
That's
can
right.
edit,
Yeah.
but I can't do anything else. Is that
No,
is that
that's because I'm waiting for everyone to
Oh.
join. I'm the one that will make sure I initiate it here. And then you just provide answers.
great stuff?
So basically, this is a practice to the main thing, but is actually the under safeguarding, there is a new module that they want us to incorporate into it, especially with teenagers and phones, and on how to keep themselves safe on mobile phones. So I just thought this Kahoot practice, we just give you a little bit of thought about that, but we will talk about it when we come to the safeguarding session properly. So do we have everyone joined in now? It says we have 10 participants. I don't know if that's including me.
Not yet joined. I've logged in.
All right.
I'm at a stage where it's showing me the internet safety for kids.
That's correct.
And,
Yeah. And then you just stop there until I start the quiz. So you look at your screen, you see the question, and then you answer. And then once we get all responses, I'll move forward to the next one. I think it's 20 minutes you have for your response. All right.
If you've got 10 people, that should be everyone, because remember the iPhone isn't a separate person.
Kizito hasn't joined. Jonathan guest. Okay, all right. Okay. I get what you're saying now. Because we've joined on multiple devices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Copy. Right. So I will just proceed now to start.
Hello.
Yeah. Tester started.
Yeah, I'm yet to get a pin. The pin just went off. It's 226.
Is in the chat.
Okay, because I'm
226 1874.
1874. Right.
Are we answering these questions for our children or for ourselves?
For yourselves. Is a practice to the main one. We're gonna do the one for the main study immediately after this. It's just for us to see how it works first. All right, I think
I had some buttons, but no question.
The question is on the screen while you use your button on your phone to select the right answer. So I think only one person did responded. This is the reason why I wanted to have a test.
That was me. I responded.
Exactly.
But
So
I had the same rate. I didn't have the question on my phone. I had it
no,
on the
no,
screen and then
the
answered
question
on
will
my
be on the screen and
Yeah.
you will use your phone to answer. This is why I really wanted, I thought, you know what, it's best to have, you know, a practice run before we go into the main one so it doesn't mess the whole objective of. All right, we'll go to the next question. Hopefully by the time we get through these questions, people will get how it works.
So which screen is the question on?
What's pushing?
On your Zoom.
What is pushing?
Where about in Zoom? Sorry.
Fishing.
I've got
Yeah.
3 screens for Zoom, so I've got the one where I can see all of you guys.
It's the one screen that Alex is sharing within Zoom.
Right. So 2 people have got it right. I'll proceed again. Just until everyone, you understand me, get to understand how it works. All right. Next.
Yeah, I managed to split screens effectively now.
All right. That's great. 4 people have successfully answered. So I think we're getting the logic now. Right. We'll continue moving. Next.
Someone can't see the question.
Yeah, so Deo, the questions are appearing in the Zoom presentation that Alex is sharing from his screen. And then the answer is in a different window.
Yeah.
If you're accessing on a mobile device, might be quite challenging.
Well, the answers are also in the Zoom window, but the button to choose the answer is in the quiz screen. Yeah.
Excuse me, Jonathan. When I answer, it's not working my cursor. I don't know why. Do you get it? My name is Samuel.
Okay.
Have you get it? Jonathan, can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, when I answer, it's not writing. I don't know why.
No, it's not taking your answer.
Is that because he's not joined in? Because I can't see him here at all. Okay, let's try again.
Quite possibly, Alex.
Yeah.
That sounds likely.
Alex, I join. It's coming on the screen, the question.
For you.
Samuel.
And the response is, how do you choose your answers then?
So, sorry, Samuel, are you saying you're in your internet browser? You're on the Kahoot.it website with the link that was in the chat.
Yeah, don't use the link in the chat. Just search for Kahoot.it. IT, yeah. If you click that link, you have to make an account and all sorts.
Not really. You don't need you just need the game pin number and that's it. It shouldn't force you to create an account.
I think the issue is when you use the chat, the link in the chat, it gives you a different sign.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, ignore that. Ignore that.
So you just have to type in Kahoot, then you
Kahoot it
enter
and then game pin. That's all.
Yeah, that's the real issue.
Very good. You see, this is the reason why I wanted
I
us
think
to
even with the
overcome
link
this
in
with
the
the test
chat,
first before
even
we go
with the
into the
link
main
in the
thing.
chat, on top of the screen, when it sends you to that link, there will be options at the top of the page, which is discover, learn, present, make, and join game. You have to click join game.
So it's the link I've just put in the chat that I think
works.
Should
we try again?
Yeah.
No, wait. Let me join it.
Yeah, join game on
Alex.
top of your screen. There will be an option to join game. Then enter the game pin, and then that should be it.
think he's successfully joined in now. We have 6 participants now. Okay.
Have you get my name
That's good.
somewhere? No.
Not yet.
Will you need to restart it for Samuel to be part?
No.
No.
The thing is, the idea is for him to learn with this. Then when we go into our main study, he will have known how it works.
I get it. Okay, go ahead. I get it. I don't know why.
Yeah, so Samuel doesn't need to worry. This isn't part of the course.
No, this isn't part of the course at all.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I will see.
I think
I can't join. I don't know why. I tried.
Oh, Kaz has overtaken Michael now.
Snooze, you lose.
I think I didn't answer that question then.
The competition has started.
Right. We have 7 responses now. That's getting better.
Alex, what is it? The game is it?
This is a practice to the one that we'll do for the main course. So, but I want people to get used to how it works, because you can imagine if I started the course with this, we will have messed it up by now, but with all these issues. So this is just for us to know how to log in, how to join, quiz, and then the next one I'll run after this, we'll have gotten used to it.
Let me. I think Samuel, which point is he so we can help him join it? Because I think he isn't joined yet.
I can't join. I click quit. It's the game pin. I get the game pin, but I can't join it.
So have you typed in the game pin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it should join you automatically to it.
I can't. I click it, but I can't join it.
Oh.
240. Did you get it now? No. Somewhere. It's coming.
Sorry. Is someone still struggling?
Yeah, I can.
Who was that?
So far, I'm getting 7.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 response now.
I don't like the way the screen ticks on one side of the screen all the time.
All right, one person missed this. Okay, 8. It's getting better.
Oh, apparently I don't know anything about public Wi-Fi.
It's all right.
That's knocked me down the leaderboard.
I think the real question is, should it be a crime?
Indeed.
Time.
Yeah.
Is there any prize at the end?
Yes.
Bragging rights. How are we going now? Is everyone in?
I think everyone is in now. I'm getting constantly 8 responses.
I got distracted then. Lost points.
Right.
Go, Michael.
How come I can only see the scores for 5 people if there's 8 people responding?
It just shows the top 5, I think.
Yeah, it shows the top 5, yeah. Right, that's good now.
Oh, I got a lot of points for that one.
Good, great. And the last question?
Ooh,
No. Hit the wrong button. That's it. Mayo now knows more about online safety than me.
I would like to think ignoring updates is the right answer, but I knew it wouldn't be.
Ooh. Kaz third. Mayo second. And good old Michael. I think Michael needs to come work for me.
Right, well done everyone. Now I'm confident that we can then go into the course properly now. So we'll finish and then finish the online session, and then we can then go into our proper one for today. So everyone knows how to join now. So we're starting this course with, charity basics. And this is charity basics now. So host live. Yeah. So same thing again is going to bring out the game code, and then we're going to enter your name and the codes. Although I've gone to the wrong page. No. This is not where I'm going. This is attempting to share with public, which is not the aim. So just as before, this is the pin game has changed now. And as everyone joins in, then we'll start. So these has fewer questions, but it's just an intro for me to understand where we are with the materials, and then we can play emphasis, and we will just use this to just discuss this session, basically, yeah.
Oh, I'm a dragon this time.
You can change it.
Is this everyone? I think we're missing 3 people. Okay. 2 more.
The reigning champion just joined.
Eyes on the prize.
Oh, someone left.
Ooh.
Alex,
Yes.
how to join it? Could you tell me the procedure?
So go on your mobile device or in your phone and just type www.kahoot.it. Kahoot.it.
Okay. On the Google.
Yeah, on a web browser.
Okay.
So you just do www.kahoot.it, and then it will ask you for the game pin.
www.
Because this one will be quite different. As we answer them, we use the responses to start discussing the course, basically. Are you in?
Give me a second. Let me type it.
Okay.
From £300.
www.kate, yeah?
KAH00T.IT, Kahoot.
There's no www either. Or www.
Yeah. Okay, I think he's in now. We have 8 people now. Are you in?
No, it does say join at www on my screen, but there's no www.
Yeah.
It depends. Sometimes some web browsers automatically just assume anything you type in is a www. So if you type in just kahoot.it, it will still go.
But what I mean is where the game pin is showing, to the left of that, it says
Is
join
that
it.
the pin 57849?
Yeah.
Yeah. 73.
57849, yeah?
73.
578497 No, we got 8 now, have we?
And we got 8 now. I think we're waiting for the last person.
It's actually not the browser. It's the wonderful IT administrator who's bothered to add a DNS record that www. redirects to the other.
There we go. Sammy is in now.
Yeah.
We got 9 now. Yeah. So welcome to the course. We will be taking this first segment. The questions will relate around testing knowledge around how charity works. And as we know, it's an interactive forum. All materials have already been posted online. And as we take these questions, we will be using the responses that we get to actually figure out or argue, oh, that should be the answer, that shouldn't be the answer, or why should that take preeminence as the answer over some other variables. So we will learn together as we proceed. So first question. From your background, what is the biggest challenge in running a church as a charity? Is it finance? Is it safeguarding? Is it governance? Or is it fundraising? Choose what you think, and we will discuss why you choose those responses in the end. Right. Everybody has different opinions. However, according to this guide, we're going to say safeguarding, it's one of the reasons why most church charities, you understand me, actually fail the most. We're good at managing finances. Governance, we sort of have governance. Fundraising, yeah, God love a cheerful giver according to how people give and all that. We know the blessings attached to giving. Even though, yes, if you don't have a financial strategy that manage how funds come in and how funds go out to pay staff, to pay for your building, to pay your bills and all that, that can be a strain. And sometimes new ministry opportunities give rise to new fundraising that needs to be done. And there are different strands, but one way or the other, we all know that if God is in it, He always provides. So safeguarding, it's the one that we have noticed, and this is from a survey taken by a Christian research group, and they've discovered that among these 4 items, safeguarding usually tops the list of how churches respond to. So on the second part, we'll be talking more about that. So let's move forward. Next. All churches in the UK must register as a charity if their income exceeds 5,000. True or false? This is actually, there's a material that was posted as part of the learning module. It was like, should a church register as a charity? There's a full material on that. And the correct answer is false. You must not have up to £5,000 before you can register as a charity in the UK with the Charity Commission. Some churches are actually exempted completely. For example, if your name of your church is Church of England in some Rowley Regis parish, for example, automatically you are registered as a charity. You don't need to have, even with no money in your accounts. And also there are some other, there are some charitable. Oh no, let me not give the answer to the next one. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Right. I knew that. So I'll explain following, what that's the previous question with this one as well. Great.
Ran out of time.
Interesting. So CIO stands for Charitable Incorporated Organizations. Now, if you incorporate your church or you have a church set up as a charitable incorporated organization, it must not have that threshold of £5,000 to register with the Charity Commission. Do we understand?
Sorry, could you explain the £5,000 thing again? Like, are you saying that a church has to have more than 5,000 before it becomes a charity, or it needs to have nothing to become a charity? So I got confused.
Both answers are right, but it depends on the structure. So if, for example, because the usual structure is churches will form what is called a charitable company, and they will have a memorandum of association. They will have a constitution on how to run the affairs of the charity. And if they're using that structure, usually they register with the company house as a company limited by guarantee. Now, I need to be careful here because there's another quiz question that I might answer that I don't want to give the answer out. So, but all this is just testing our knowledge, so then we can then have a robust conversation after the quiz. I think we have 3 more questions, and then we'll go explain more in detail.
And Alex wants to know who actually read the material beforehand as well.
No, I know. Well, usually many people don't, but this is the reason why. You understand me? This kind of
I'm
quiz,
really happy about this, Alex. This is like the first
this quiz
we've had on
will
this whole course.
yeah.
So.
this quiz will actually give you like triggers of, where to look for, where to read things, and when you go back to the material after the course. Yeah, that's good. Next one.
Oh, look, teacher's pet is winning.
Now, this is your personal skills now, because the aim of this course is actually not just knowledge, but to help us to be better in what we do. So let's know where we are. Just rate yourself in terms of managing a charity's finance or a ministry finance. How good are you? And then we can signpost people to how they can learn better. And then we can take feedbacks and questions to know how you can get support regarding that.
So did everyone get that one right then?
Basically, there is no right or wrong answer in this,
Excellent.
but I just sort of like
I got it wrong.
used three. No,
Did
there's
you?
no right or
Okay.
wrong. I just basically used what's it called? Three as moderate. You understand me? At least to just say, I'm not too good, I'm not too bad, or I have no knowledge about it. So I think the people that have said very low have totally don't know anything about charity finance. And we have two people that actually have high stars. They've been managing charity finance. So you can see the varied message that we get there. So, but majority actually took moderate, which was the right answer anyway. Yeah.
Who said that? Who said high stars? Because I want to be able to ask them questions later on.
Yeah, we will get into it when we get into the course, we will know. Yeah. Next. Exactly. So what is the key benefits of a church incorporated organization structure for churches? What is the key benefit? There's just one. Yay.
Keep running out of time.
A lot of people didn't answer this. Then we might need to talk about this more in detail.
I was gonna.
Yeah. Go on. Go on, John.
He's frozen.
That was not the reason. We don't have a property, so that was
Okay.
not the main reason for our church to become CIO.
That's right. So I think the key benefit, to be fair, you understand me, is property dealings with our company regulation. So when you have a charity and you have property, things can get a little bit complicated. Just for example, let's say you are a church charity and one of the trustees, maybe passed on or decide not to be a trustee anymore for one reason or the other, or is being removed. The whole deed of that property needs to be changed, resigned again with the new trustee that you've nominated to replace that person. So it's always a headache, when a charity has property, and with the property dealings, it becomes very, very cumbersome and you have to do it over and over and over again. So, but with a company, with ICOs, it separates the building from the organization itself, meaning that the building is held by some different trusts, possibly maybe one or two people, and then the ministry itself, operates in the same building and has its own leaders that don't have anything to do with property dealings. I was in this kind of situation when I was in ministry in London, in Islington. It's called the building was owned by the Northeast London Gospel Fellowship. However, the church that was meeting inside the place was Charlie Mission. So we had two separate trustees because of the building. And Charlie Mission was using an IOC structure. So there's importance for this. We'll discuss more in detail when we get into the course. Next question.
Oh, I got that wrong.
Yeah, well, there's only one answer for this.
Yeah.
Right. So majority got it right. And A church can function as a trust, or a church can use a trust structure. They can use what is called unincorporated association. Now, an unincorporated association is not legally required to register with the Charity Commission. Do we get that?
Yeah.
An unincorporated association is not legally required to register with the Charity Commission, but there's a clause. If their fund exceeds £100,000, they have to register by force. So, and a company limited by guarantee, that is the best form. Why? Because it separates the corporate activity in terms of taxing, in terms of corporate responsibility with the HMRC, in terms of pay as you earn and all that stuff. You can only set that up if you already have a company limited by guarantee. But a private limited company is not a good structure for churches to use. Unfortunately, we have a few churches that are limited. What it means is that they are shareholders, and what a limited company means is it has shareholders. So the directors can share profit, they can share money, they might not be employees, but they share in the overall total profit of the church organization. Unfortunately or sadly, a lot of churches function like this, especially diaspora churches. Some of them is act of no knowledge that they shouldn't function that way. Some of them is just because it's the easiest things to do, because you can actually set up, the only thing that you can set up on your mobile phone is a private limited company. A company limited by guarantee, you have to fill paperwork. You have to submit a constitution. You have to submit a memorandum of association. An unincorporated association, you still have to have some form of what is called a constitution. A trust, that is even much more, on another level, because that then might even require you having a solicitor, for example, to be the trust for the church or for the church structure. It depends on, how many amounts of building they have, or maybe they have legacy buildings, or maybe they have people that have willed things to them, which, and I suspect that FCC has something, the building in Rohit Pavilion. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's held in a trust. It's held in a trust. That's another good example. Yeah.
Yep.
So the correct answer is actually private limited company is not a good suggestion for churches to use private limited company.
No, you could be getting a tax bill as well if you're a
absolutely. For example, all your energy charges, it's going to be taxed. You're going to get the what's this new one? There's something called is it net zero tax emission, blah blah blah. They'll slam you another 5 to 10%. Council tax is there. Business rates is there. As a charity, you're exempt from all this. Right. We'll talk more in detail, but let's move on. I think this is the last question. In your experience, how often do you review safeguarding policies in your church?
Am I meant to put the real answer, or the answer that's meant to be right?
There are some answers that look like real, and there are some answers there is an answer that is actually real. It is recommended that it should be annually. So I'm glad that many people got that right. Every 5 years, a lot of things can change in 5 years. Legislation can change, and as needed, it's my preferred answer, to be fair, because sometimes, something might happen. For example, COVID. Do we remember how we did church during COVID? Because most safeguarding policies work on the assumption that everybody comes into a building. But during COVID, how do you safeguard vulnerable people? So obviously there needs to be an addendum or an annex or a supplementary quick overview of the safeguarding policy. So I think is as needed that will be more suitable, but annually is the minimum standard. Right, I think we've come to the end of our quiz. In third place is Kizito. Mayo is in second place. And in first place, we have John.
Yay, I beat Mayo.
All right. So then we have Sam's Ray, and we have others all in between. So yeah, so which it means that, you know, the knowledge we have around these things is a bit different from each other, and that's the reason why we're taking the course. So I'll just stop sharing my screen now, and then we can go back and then discuss things as we should. So let me see where we are with time. We are already, let me just check. Where are we? We are already finance and governance. All right. So now, any questions? And then I think so we can actually, you know, wrap this session up, you know, properly, because the materials are well detailed. Every questions that we answered just now are taken from the material that I shared, you know, on the learning module. So let's take questions and then let's learn together. I'll start with that question about must you have 5,000 to register as a charity? It depends on your structure. So if your structure is an unincorporated organization or you know, a charity incorporated organization, you don't need to have up to 5,000 to register with the Charity Commission. Now, what gives you a charity status is actually when the government says so. You get a charity number, you get added to the charity registrar, and then you get given responsibilities of what to do as a charity. Now, the 5,000 minimum threshold is not like money you must have in your bank account to start. It could actually be like trading money. So over the course of the year, we have been doing, you know, we've been collecting small donations, small offerings here and there, small fundraising activities, and then eventually, you understand me, once we cross the 5,000 pounds threshold, you are eligible to actually apply directly to the Charity Commission. And for some people, some people have different financial fundraising capabilities. So they can actually say, yeah, okay, we want to start up, you know, as a charity. We've got donors, or we have this social funding. Yes, we have the 5,000 right from day one. We just want to start up straight. No problem. The Charity Commission will just check. What does it take actually to register with the Charity Commission is actually to just check that you have a good structure, and the minimum number of directors that they need is in multiples of even numbers, so that voting can be, there can be a deciding, there can be two-thirds majority when decisions are made. So governance structure, you have people who don't have criminal records, who have very clear criminal records, people who can pass safeguarding. That's another important thing, because they will actually check against their criminal records to see if maybe the person has been on a sex offender list or has done anything fraud in the past to their name. Those people cannot be appointed as directors. So this is just what the Charity Commission checks. It checks you have credible individuals, you have your policies and procedures, you have a functional bank account, and you can prove that you have 5,000 pounds in your trading activity, or you have 5,000 pounds to start setting up your charity. So as a trust, you can appoint a trust to actually, you can put money in a trust. In a trust too is another 5,000 too minimum. And once that trust or those people that you call the trust, it can be a legal representative, it can be like a legal firm. A legal firm can actually register your charity for you. And then they manage all your affairs, you understand? And they do everything for you on your behalf, and you just continue with your day-to-day activities, and then they are in charge. That means we've entrusted them with the responsibility of looking over our charity. Then we have the unincorporated organizations. There are some people that will say, well, no, we don't want all that kind of structures. We want to be working together, you understand me, sharing the faith and doing community together, doing fellowship together, taking decisions together on our behalf. So we don't want to have that there's one big man somewhere that makes all the decisions that everyone follows. We are community-based. You find this kind of structures more with Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They are the ones that use this kind of structure. They are mostly unincorporated and they're charities as well, even in this country. So I don't know if that answers that questions for you, Kaz. Or who asked me the question, actually?
Yeah, I was just asking about the £5,000 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. I don't know.
So there's a material on your Moodle that says, must all churches register as a charity? If you read it, it will break it down for you through. Yeah. Any further questions on charity governance and finance?
Yes, Alex and Steve. Quick one. We are a registered charity. We have a number, things like that. One question is in terms of expenses, right?
Yeah.
I understood that every expense that we do as a charity must benefit the church, the charity.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of traveling expenses, let's say, for example, I go on a mission.
Yeah.
Right? I go on a mission. Can the church pay for my expenses?
The answer is yes.
Okay. All right.
And
now,
then
how do I justify this? Because
yeah.
how will that benefit? I'm asking a question.
Yes.
Because this question has been asked to me, and I'm not too sure what to answer. So I'm going on mission.
Yep.
Right? Whatever mission. So how the church, my church, will benefit from that?
Good. So
that is justified by the Charity Commission.
That's right. So the basic clause that looks through into how expense are being used for a charity is what is called the objects, which is the objects. So what is the objective? What did the charity say they would do?
Okay.
If the charity said we will be going on mission, obviously money will be spent on mission, and that's expense that has been spent properly for the charitable objective to carry out the activities of the charity. So I think as a guiding principle, when we want to spend money in a charity, we need to check properly against what the core objective, missions, and visions are. If it's in line with it, it's completely justified. Because let's look at it this way. Sometimes, all right, I remember when, as a charity, we got to a point where we started having paid ministers. Do you get what I'm saying? So, won't we pay ministers? If a volunteer, for example, needs to go, because we run like so what is called Super Sunday, and needs to go to Aldi to buy drinks, to buy rice, to buy oil and all that, those are expenses. And why is because we already have it as part of our objective that we will be holding, cultural events, community events, and serving food. And in fact, we're even indeed registered with even the council, and our kitchen is being rated and all that. So as long as what we're spending money for is for the charitable objectives or activities, it is justified. Yeah, it is justified. So going on mission, running mission outreaches, things like that, as long as it's spelled out in your objectives, is fine. And should be reimbursed, yeah. Okay.
I think let me just add to his question. He might be actually asking, how do they account for such?
Yeah,
in terms of compliance.
Yeah, in terms of compliance, that will be under their mission activities. You just brought everything and put them under mission activities.
What I mean is, if you say spend money on a mission, how many missions is it supposed to go as a pastor?
This is the reason why there needs to be a financial strategy. I mentioned this.
That's where it's coming from.
I mentioned this a little bit, you understand me, under when we were talking about the first question on that quiz. You know, what is the biggest concern? Is it finance? Is it safeguarding? Is it fundraising? Or is it I've forgotten what the last one is. But a financial strategy will tell you your limits. How much are we allocating for missions this year, this quarter, or this month? A financial strategy is the one that will let us know how much are we is actually coming in, and through what kind of sources. Is it through gift aid? Is it through donations? Is it through tithes and offerings? What is the projected income monthly? And then what are the mandatory activities on our charitable objective that we need to do? Okay, we've decided we will be meeting as a fellowship every Sunday. Money will be paid for light bills, for, you know, heating, for, you know, one thing or the other. Money will be paid for rent. Money will be paid for, you know, other things like public liability insurance, maybe safeguarding, because if you have like an independent safeguarding overlooking you, for example, 31(8), you have to like subscribe to them. So there are like key basic things. Some of them are annual, some of them are monthly, some of them are this. So when we look at how much we have, then we can say how much more we want to allocate to mission activities, either overseas or in country, as a group. And if the money is not there, how then do we source the money? Because you can fundraise for things. Yeah. You can write singular proposals and send out, you understand me, and pray. And when the funds come, you go on the mission. That's a way, again, to balance it. If the money is not available, you look for it. You fundraise. Yeah.
Alex.
And you state clearly to the people that your target audience, it ties into your objectives. It's part of what we say we do. We don't have the capacity to do it right now. So we're looking at fundraising it for a projected time when we want to do it is allowed.
Alex?
Yes.
Could I just, I'm probably the least most experienced person in this area on the call. So can I just say back to you what I'm hearing and see if I've understood properly?
Right.
So, and let me just do a quick preamble. So if the mission of the church is to do the work of God, then whatever the church decides to be what God is asking them to do could quite legitimately be said to be where the money should be spent, and that might become apparent after money has been collected. So I'm sort of hearing that when a church goes through the process of collecting its money, it almost has to have some laid out criteria of how it intends to use all the money it collects. Is that
that's correct?
Basically what a church has to do.
100%. Yeah.
So what if, say, they wanted to do something that wasn't in that plan? Do they have to then like collect a separate stream of money that's publicized as being specifically for that?
That's right. Okay. That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the best practice.
That's why we do things like gift days. That would be for those types of things, like for something very specific. You do like a gift day or something like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, you do lay out every year. It generally happens yearly, if not the finances for the year, so that the whole congregation know exactly what percentage is going to this, that, and this.
That's right.
And that is done yearly.
Yeah. Yeah. And that report must be sent to the company house yearly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I said company house, charity commission.
Charity commission.
Yeah. Right. Any further questions? I just want to be very, very tight with my timekeeping so we can cover everything. Where is the agenda again? Meeting info, yeah. Where are we? Right. So we should actually start moving towards safeguarding. And to begin this one, I will actually create, or I have actually created another Kahoot. If there is no questions regarding church charity structures, blah, 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 you understand me? And to be fair, we're all learning this, and depending on the city you live in, the community you operate in, you know, the level of finance that you have, or the level of people coming to your church, some are more complex, some are fairly easy. Some, the decision takers is just one or two people, usually the pastor and a few elders. Some, it's even people not even in that worshiping in that building that takes the financial decision for them on where money should go for. Yeah, we have structures like that where, for example, if the building is, let's say, for example, like a Baptist church, the Baptist church, they have all kinds of structures. They have like a director of finance that looks into all their properties, all the things they need to do. So they actually just build the church. They just build the local church. The local church, yeah, this is your bill for this month for this, and this. This is your bill for cloud services. This is your bill for being a member of a Baptist church convention. This is your bill for even training and things like that. And they will then provide those services from the center. So the structures can be quite different, but the good thing is that is why we are having, you know, a collection here, so that when we are unsure of things, we can actually check, you know, how do I go about this? Is this right? Or what is the wisdom towards this and that and stuff like that? But the bigger, the more complex, you know, these things can actually become. So, yeah, more questions are welcomed, you know, even after now. It's not compulsory that it has to be. Yeah.
Alex, my
Yes.
question is, I don't know if it relates to what we're talking about directly, but it's around choosing trusteeship, how trustees are chosen.
Great.
Do we go for different elements within the bodies that we work with, or how, or anyway, what's the recommended?
To start with, I'll just tell you how Wonderful Gospel Ministry started. Wonderful Gospel Ministry started just between me and my wife. So what we did was we registered it as a company limited by guaranteed. And for you to register a company limited by guarantee, all you need is just two people. One person cannot register it, unlike limited company. And this is the reason, this ties into the reason why we said the structure that is not good for a church, the most out of all these, is a limited company. Why? Because one person can be in sole control of everything, of all the finances and everything. He's the trustee, he's the board, he's the financial decision maker, he's the everything, and he can share profit legally. If the church has a property, it becomes his property if they buy a property in his name. And if he dies, you understand me? And this is where the separation comes in between, trustees of a charity being in charge of property and accompanying a charitable incorporated organization where the property is separate from the charity. So to answer your question more specifically, to start with, there are different sources of raising trustees. In my example that I was giving you, it was me and my wife that registered Wonderful Gospel Ministry as a company limited by guarantee. And we did that for nearly 5 years before we became a charity. So all the money that has passed through, putting down structures, registering with safeguarding boards, doing this, paying for that, paying for all these things, money for websites, money for even up to postage stamps and all that, were all kept in a separate bank account. And it took us 5 years to get that threshold of 5,000. And the moment the money hit the 5,000, then we approached the Charity Commission to become a charity. Why? Because of all the benefits that comes with it. Some things are non-taxable, you know, there are lots of goodies, you understand me, that comes with it, to be fair. But the responsibility hang on you understand me, are very stringent. It's not as loose as limited companies. So at that point, then we decided to add the third trustee because we needed to have odd numbers. So the first thing you need to know is when you come to the level of having trustees, your numbers must be in odd numbers. So it's like 3, 5, 7, 11, things like that, because of voting.
That's not a legal matter, is it, Alex? That's a point of wisdom.
No, well, of course, it's. But if you don't have it, they won't even register you.
think that's
You
pretty
can't
normal
present
in
2
most
people.
Organisations, they would have
Yeah.
3, 5. Most organisations would have an odd
Yeah.
number of trustees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. An odd number, and the smaller the better.
That's right. So at the
What we're
point
saying,
where we
business.
now approach the Charity Commission, we then had to have a third trustee. It's
Yeah.
not just me and my wife. And my wife felt, you know what, it will be conflict of interest if me and you understand me, form 2/3 majority. So she dropped off, and then I had to bring in 2 independent people. And then what qualifies someone to actually be on your trustees board? Firstly, they need to believe in the mission and the vision and the objectives. Secondly, they must not have any criminal records. I mean, well, they go about these things not rehabilitated by something, criminal offense, not subject to rehabilitation of offenders and blah, blah, blah. Well, things like sexual offenses, things like fraud offenses don't fall under rehabilitation anyway. So, and it's always good to do a DBS check on your trustees so that you know that they have the mental capacity, they have the good standing in the community, not to be bad from being a trustee. And you just go from there. But most importantly is, do they support the objectives and the mission that you want to get registered for as a charity? Because a charity come into place to actually solve a problem, to do kindness, to do work of kindness to a particular community. So that is what it is. Thankfully, as Christian charities, we do it, yes, allowing God to use us through our hands, hearts, and everything that we've got. But we see it as actually doing that in the name of Jesus. That is the difference, you understand me, between us and Red Cross and the Red Crescent or Action Aid or Oxfam. You understand me? They all, or Cats and Dogs Charity and stuff like that. Everything that we do, we're doing it because we believe that the gospel has a transformational effect in the lives of people and in the lives of nation. And it starts community by community, and the momentum then creates the good citizenship and a world safe from crime. People are more conscious, love your neighbor, things like that. All the Christian works generally, all the works of Christ. And then as God begins to bless us, people have skills, people have gifts of healing, days, missions, and all that then comes out of that work. But then it needs to be funded, it needs to be structured, and it needs to be safeguarded.
Okay.
Alex, can I ask? Oh, sorry, you go, Lawrence. I don't mind.
No,
Yeah.
Kaz, you can.
Can I? So I just want to make sure I've understood right. When you're talking about charity status,
Yeah.
you're talking about it within a church context?
For the
that
purpose
right?
of this course, yes, but the structure is the same for everything, for everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're in a church or not.
So I think I get a bit confused because,
Yeah.
like, I know that churches register themselves as charities.
That's
I know
correct.
that.
Yeah.
So with charities, you have trustees.
Mhm.
So obviously the churches that I've been at before, we had like the odd number of trustees, usually 3, and then you'd have like your eldership team. But like at Roheath, we don't have church trustees, we just have an eldership team. So that's why I get a bit confused.
So the reason why things like that come up,
Yeah.
the reason why we have things like that is because when property is involved,
Right.
when property is involved, there needs to be a separation of the property from the church operations itself. Because the way church properties are being owned is not like the way we do our kind of normal mortgages and you know, the kind of, you have your deposit now, you approach a bank, you get a mortgage, or you finance it and blah, 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 boom, it's yours. For a charity, it's different. Because a charity can get, the way charities do their conveyances is different. Because property can be transferred from one charity to another for £1.
Right.
And because of that transfer, there needs to be people that it will be in their trust. It has to
So
be
because we've
held.
got trust, we don't have to have trustees.
Well, it's both the trust and the trustees. That's what it means. So the trustees are held in trust on behalf of the property of that building.
Sorry, I don't think I understand.
So you have board of trustees, let's say 3 people, and then the building then transfers from one charity to another charity. Charity property can only move from charity to charity. This is to prevent, big markets from buying, charity properties. If not, there'll be no properties for charities to buy. And charities don't have money to compete with anybody else. So charity properties are dealt with separately from the normal mortgages and conveyances that we have. So that is the reason why a charity must have a group of trustees, people who will be given in trust to hold the property of that charity.
Let me muddy the water more for Alex.
All right, okay, please.
Until he goes, I give up, I don't know, go away.
Yeah.
So Rohi's an incredibly complicated structure.
Yep.
Because
but it's a good example though. For this question, yeah.
So Rohi ultimately is actually owned by Birmingham City Council, not the church, not the trust that runs it. And Birmingham City Council lease it to Bourneville Village Trust.
Here we go.
So
mark that word, trust.
Yeah. So that's another trust.
And that trust it's people called trustees. Do we get it now?
Yeah. And that's got nothing to do with the church and nothing to do with the trust that actually runs the building for us. They then sublease it from Bourneville Village Trust to what's currently, I believe, called Trinity Christian Centre Trust, although there's, talk of that, how relevant that name is. And that trust has a group of trustees, and they are effectively the end of the leaseholders for that building and the grounds around it. And then our church is a separate charity, which has its own trustees, because they hold the responsibilities not of the building, but of the church finances and the church employees and church governance.
That's right.
And within our constitution, those trustees are elders, and the elders are trustees, and that's part of the constitution. So as Alex was saying, the trustees of our church actually don't need to know anything about property. So we don't need people who understand charitable law with regard to large assets like property.
That's right.
We do need people that understand things like safeguarding and governance of employees and things like that. And there's lots of challenges for charitable organizations. And so actually one of the advantages of having it split like that, and there are many and there are disadvantages as well, is that the elders and trustees of the church can focus on the mission of the church.
Absolutely.
And the trustees of the building can focus on the sustainability of that charity. And because that charity doesn't just coexist with our church, it is a charity that is there to provide community use to the facility and sports recreation and things like that, which go beyond, I would say, beyond the mission of the church, although that is the mission field of our church. So there is an overlap, but there's also a differentiation between the two. And I'm not saying it's the best model. I'm saying it's a very complicated model, and to actually say what's the best model is something I don't feel qualified to.
I've already said it, that the more bigger a charity is, the more complex things get. And this is a very good example, of of big charities, you know. So I've seen it as well. You understand me? It makes decision making. You understand, and sometimes it's the law that actually wants it that way. When your property gets to a certain level of portfolio, for example, I'll give you a good example of the one that I know. Elim Pentecostal Churches has a property portfolio of 500 billion pounds. Property for portfolio, 500 billion pounds. Sorry, not billion, million.
Million. Yeah.
Sorry, sorry, 500 million pounds. And these are restricted funds. You will always see it there on their listing, restricted funds or restricted assets. Don't touch. Now, the pastors, local pastors and all that stuff, don't know whatever is going on with regards to that. Because Elim was so clever that instead of having different charities with different names and objectives, what they do is they, for example, they now created an Elim Trust, which is still the part of the Elim leadership that are nominated into that, together now with like solicitors and bankers and all that stuff and lawyers. But then they will have representative from their eldership in that structure so they can feed back what is happening and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, every local church is focusing on its community. Most of them, as their Christian churches, thinking about service to humanity, all in the name of Jesus. But like I said, the law is the same for everyone, regardless of whether you're a Christian charity, a Muslim charity, a Buddhist charity, a cats and dogs charity, whatever it is. You understand me? Whether it's Save the Donkeys or Save the Birds or RSPCS or whatever, is the same structure that the Charity Commission wants your governance to look like. For your objective, for your specific objective, basically. Yeah.
Alex.
Yes.
I've had several, actually, a friend of mine, close
Yeah.
friend of mine, usually, his father is a trustee of a given organization.
Okay.
And there's usually a mention of, I don't want my father's house to be on the line. Basically, trustee indemnity. What does that look like? And what's the legal mandate of it, of the trustee body? Because essentially what this implies from that statement is, in case for any whatever reason the charity goes into a massive debt or massive wrong financial decisions, the trustees either have to fork out that money from wherever to cover that, or essentially it's them on the line, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. So what level of, is that a legal mandate? Is it just how the constitutions place it?
I think it's how the Constitution places it, because usually part of the advantages of actually being a charitable company is because you have limited responsibility, which you will state in there. For some people, it's just £1. So if the charity goes bust, every trustee will just pay £1 and that is Tara, we'll close it. We'll close the file.
Is that a literal statement of £1? Is it?
That's the minimum. That's the minimum standard. But some charities have unlimited. They can state that, you know, the trustees are responsible. So it comes from how they word their constitution.
This I understand this is one of the key differences between a CIO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So within a CIO, the trustees do have limited responsibility. And you know, our church is a CIO.
Yeah.
But our church has only been a CIO for 2 years. Before that, we were a trust, and at that stage, the trustees were liable. You know, and you don't have to get something major. Just like, you know, the finances into the charity have dried up, and we've got to pay someone's redundancy because that's a legal requirement.
Yeah.
And if the finance is not there to pay the redundancy, the trustees are all then signed up, you know, however many of them there are, to pay a share of that money to make sure that the legal requirement upon the trust is fulfilled. What you can do is get charitable trustee insurance to pay out in those eventualities. And so that's what Rohith Pavilion Church did in the past. So there are ways of minimizing that, but all that's got to happen is someone's got to forget to renew the insurance policy.
Yeah.
You know, so that's
And
one of the things the trustees have to do. They have to go.
Is that the
absolutely, yeah.
trustee indemnity?
Yeah,
trustee
yeah,
indemnity,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So,
is usually starts from like 150,000 pounds.
And
Per claim.
you get scenarios where there's so little money in the charity that they can't afford the indemnity, and then the trustees still end up with the bill, even though they had a strategy to have the indemnity insurance, they couldn't actually afford it, and so things do still start. So it's quite messy, Lawrence. So there's ways of minimizing the risk for the trustees, but there is always a risk to the trustees, and of course they're also not that you can never get insurance for sort of illegal practice.
No. And Lawrence, just to add, this is the advantage. This is where, according to the documents that we've put on those models, if we check the Baptist document, after discussing all these models, they now came out with their own recommendation. First, register the church as a company limited by guarantee. By the virtue of the company being limited by guarantee, you've already stated that each member, each director, or any trustee, you understand me, in this company is limited by guarantee, and they're guaranteeing only £1 if anything goes wrong. So if that has been accepted at the stage in the company house that Wonderful Gospel Ministry has been registered as a company limited by guarantee, that's why there's nothing like Wonderful Gospel Ministry Limited. It's just Wonderful Gospel Ministries. That's it, because it's a company limited by guarantee. And it's there on file that the first directors are the first subscribers, and their indemnity or whatever, you understand me, is limited to just £1. So that automatically then transcends into the Constitution when submitting and registering as a charity to the Charity Commission, again, to say, following the Memorandum of Understanding or Memorandum of Association, the trustees or the original founders have limited they have limited guarantee to the value of £1. And that just clear all this, unwanted situation or future stuff. But again, it has its own disadvantage again when it comes to legally buying buildings. But that's much more complicated. I don't even want to go through it because me, myself, I'm still wrapping my head around it. You understand? But the best practice around it is, if you know you want a charity to charity transfer of property, it is better more for you to use non-high street banks. And then there is this there's this company called Stewardship. I don't know if you've heard about them, Stewardship.
Yeah,
Yes, Stewardship. They're very good. They're very brilliant.
Yeah,
So
really
they're
good.
very expert in that. They've got conveyance solicitors that work in charity finance, and they can guarantee, they can even be your trust and provide the funds and everything. And then you can have that charity to charity buying of property or use of property, leases and all that stuff. So, and then that minimizes the risk on you as a trustee. So it's there's all kinds of models, to be fair, but there's ways around it. But in the past, you understand me, it used to be a very big thing, where people stick themselves down as trustees. They are liable for everything. But now, through legislation and through wisdom, there are better ways of doing things. And stewardship is I don't think there's anybody as experienced as them that I've come across in the UK so far. So I think we should wrap up this session and then let's just race through. Let's go through our Kahoots again. We'll share my screen and we will do the safeguarding part. Let's know where we are, and then we can discuss further after the quiz. So escape. How do I go back to it? Okay.
Gotta love a bit of MIDI music.
Oh. Right. Okay. I've seen the page that I was on. Let me go back. I think it was this one. Library. So I can close this one now. We're done with that one. Leave. So safeguarding is our next session, really. And I've kind of summarized the whole session, just like the first one, around these questions, really. And just like we did it the first time, we will do it again the second time. After we answer the questions, we will just make a brief explanation of the question again, and we will be able to know where we are and how to proceed from there. So I think I need to share my screen. Yeah, this one, no, this one. Share screen, yeah. Share, that one, share, and then start. So again, it was going to tell us, as I hope everyone can see it. Can we see it, please?
Oh, it's 818.
Yeah, so it has a new game pin, and it's just like the same procedure as before. We wait for other people to join in.
Dear.
Yeah.
Seem to be a zombie with pancakes on my head now. Wow, that's better. Be a pug with pancakes on my head instead. I think these pancakes are some sort of reward, aren't they? Lots of pancakes, actually. That's it. Pancakes for tea.
I think we have 3 more. 3 more people to join.
Oh, Kaz has got a helmet, is it?
Is that everyone? Okay, Sam is in.
Hey.
I think that's everyone now. I thought we had 9 the other time.
Mm.
Who are we missing?
Have we lost someone?
All right. I think we just go ahead because we're trying to race against time. Right, we're starting. Safeguarding. What is the first step in reporting suspected abuse in your church? Right, that is beautiful, but I think 2 people didn't answer, or maybe it timed out. So let's move on. Yeah, contact the safeguarding officer or police immediately. Best to contact the safeguarding officer because sometimes things might not look the way you think it is. But even if you do contact the police, it's not bad. They're going to treat things well. At least it's called safeguarding. Somebody has been prevented from serious harm. Good response. Next. Are DBS checks optional for church volunteers working with children or adults? Right, we have 6 responders, and it says the answer is they are mandatory. It's compulsory. It doesn't have to be requested. It doesn't matter if you're a small or big church, and it has to be done every 3 years, not annually. Next. And not just annually. Once you do them now, because of the DBS update service, anyway, you understand me, you will know if anything changes. It will automatically notify you, which is good. Before we didn't used to have that, but now we have it.
Why has John got more points when I got all the questions right?
Depends on how fast you answer.
Oh, right, okay.
No, thank you.
Sorry.
I can't see the question.
Oh God.
The question is off.
I know. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's distortion in the screen.
I know.
The question is covered. No.
I'm trying.
We cannot write it. What's going on?
I've missed it.
Time is out.
All right. Which is the key element of a church safeguarding policy? Annual and financial audits has nothing to do with safeguarding policy. Monthly staff meeting, yes, for people working with children, but that's not as strong as reporting processes and action plans. That is the most important part of a safeguarding policy, the reporting process and the action plan if something happens. I'm so sorry about that. I think I was the one who, I don't know why that screen refused to just get itself off. Sorry about that, guys.
Alex.
Yes.
When I answer, is that double click or one click?
It's one click. Who must a church has a charity safeguarding coordinator? Who must a church has a charity safeguarding safeguard according to UK guidelines? Basically, who is safeguarding meant for? Wow, children, youths, and vulnerable adults. I thought people would say everyone, except visitors. Anyway, next question. Next.
Okay.
What should you do if a church volunteer fails DBS check? Yeah, prevent them from working with vulnerable groups. That's true. You can't stop them from coming to church. You tell them, we're sorry, this is law. We have to obey the laws. We have to prevent you from working with vulnerable group. And even if they have to be supervised. They have to be supervised always. They have to be under supervision. And it must be a senior person that supervises it, either a safeguarding coordinator or the deputy safeguarding coordinator or someone who is very knowledgeable with the particular crime that they have committed. Sometimes it's because maybe the rehabilitation period for that crime has not passed, but they have to have a clear DBS. The only reason is if they are like bad list for working with children or adults or sexual offenders list and all that stuff. That's a no-no. Yeah, because we are protecting people. Next. Which resource is recommended for detailed signs of abuse? According to our materials that we listed in our modules. Yeah, it's the Baptist Union Safeguarding Site. It has a lot of case studies and practices on detailed information on how to spot signs of abuse, especially spiritual abuse, which is one of the new areas in safeguarding and other abuses as well. That material is fully detailed, and it's not the guide for trustees. No, the guide for trustees is just basically who can be a trustee, what are the duties and responsibility of a trustee. That's what's inside that. And then the ICO model constitution, no, doesn't have anything to do with it. So it's the Baptist Union Safeguarding Site. It gets updated regularly. That's why we use it as one of the best models, and it's free for everyone to use. The Anglican Church too has a very brilliant one. You can look into it, but the Baptist one, it's much more rigorous because of the kind of scandals they've gone through and they've recovered from in the past. What is a key action to prevent prolonged abuse in the churches? What is a key action to prevent prolonged abuse in churches? Very good. Mandatory reporting and training. Mandatory reporting and training. Good. Whoa, well done,
Lawrence.
Well done, kids.
Don't
Well
work on
done,
the
everyone.
champagne.
It's good to know.
Yeah, that's
our
your gift
minister-
now. They've given you a gift box. I hope you collect it.
Alex, I'm missing one. Alex, I'm missing one question, brother. I don't
Which
have any
one?
rank. Sammy. I don't
Oh
know why.
yeah. I remember. Yeah. That was my bad. You understand me? I don't know what went on with my screen, but we'll discuss all of them. So let's stop sharing and then go back to our module.
The fallout in our church from these schools, Alex, is just going to be unending.
So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to break us into rooms, and I think she just say assign automatically, basically. So it just breaks everybody up into rooms. Open all rooms. Right. So I think it is automatically split everybody into rooms. Are we into our rooms? Yeah. So this is one of the rooms now. So in this room, I will want you guys to have a conversation or discussion about how you do safeguarding practice in your own church settings. Do you have, for answer, things regarding it is especially, do people know how to report safeguarding? Do people know who to contact? Do you know who your safeguarding coordinator is? Do you have a safeguarding policy? Just your safeguarding practice in general, for your own ministry before we then all come back into one whole group. Okay?
Hello, Alex.
Yes.
We got bored in our room.
Oh, sorry. You understand me? Somebody should have contacted me. I think I was in the other room. In this place, what we had to do is to check our church safeguarding procedures. So firstly, how do we recruit volunteers? Do we have a safeguarding policy? Do people know how to report safeguarding concerns? Just have a conversation generally, you understand me? I know you're from different churches and different areas. So that's what the conversation this time around should be. So when we come into the big room, then we can say, okay, how are you guys doing this? And then I'll just go one person after the other.
Do you know we were all in the same room?
Are you?
We all went to the same room, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't even find the other room because I'm using one tiny screen here. You understand me? I might need to maybe click and go and find what's going on in their room. So okay, so let me go to the other room and find out what's going on.
Okay, we could have our chat here while you go to the other room.
Yeah.
But aren't we supposed to be in groups for the same church that go to the same church?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, right, okay.
Everyone will see something differently.
Right. Well, I don't know any of the answers to this one.
So basically, it's around recruitment, safeguarding. People get DBS checked? You understand me? If people have concerns, do they know who to report to in church? And, who's the first line of contact? Who is the safeguarding coordinator of the church? Have you ever seen your church safeguarding policy? Have you read it? Is there one? Those are the kind of questions that I'm expecting.
I don't think it's published properly because it's only because I started talking about a safeguarding issue that anyone even told me that there was a safeguarding person.
Great. So these are the issues that I want us to, because this is something that is supposed to be like a public information.
Yeah, should be like in your face.
Right? Absolutely. There should be somewhere that this is our designated safeguarding coordinator, mobile phone number, email. It has to be in church.
Do you get the newsletter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on there.
Is it on there? Okay.
Yeah, it's on there.
Yeah, it should really be on there. It should really be on posters up in the building with the 2 designated safeguarding leads. It should be around the building, and this is not charity ones. That's Lynn and Tina.
Yeah.
They're the safeguarding leads for Roheath Pavilion.
Yeah.
The safeguarding leads for Roheath Church is Patrick and Carol, and there should be a poster of them with their pictures to say, if you have a safeguarding concern, these are the people that you need to speak to, and that should be situated around the building, but it isn't.
Did you hear that?
I feel really blind if it's in the newsletter. I'm trying to find one there.
Okay.
But I'm only finding admin emails.
So just like as soon as you walk into a school, it's right there as soon as you walk in. It's everywhere throughout a whole school. Anywhere like that, it's everywhere, and it should be everywhere. It should be in the toilets. It should be everywhere. And if you go to other churches, they have it everywhere as well.
Is it around on behalf of the charity?
The charity have got it. They've got Lynn and Tina, and it does say that they are, and they've also got up who their first aid trainers are as well.
Okay.
They have it around.
Because I'm just thinking, because the church uses the venue and the site also has its own safeguarding levels, wouldn't it be that if someone has an issue, they report to the charity, and then, because especially if someone is in the toilets or whatever, report to the charity, then the charity says, no, this is not under our docket, pass it to our safeguarding teams. Does the charity know of our safeguarding teams and stuff?
I don't know.
Lawrence.
Sorry?
You need to ask them.
I don't know.
Kaz is not our safeguarding person.
Okay.
Kaz is our children's person.
I'm not the DSL, but obviously I do. Well, we all as staff teams have access to our safeguarding policy document.
Okay.
I can't see it in the newsletter.
No, I can't see the safeguarding. I can see the safeguarding email address there, but I can't see the policy.
Oh, I can't find the email address.
It's
Are you
on
on
the
about the newsletter or somewhere
yeah
else?
the newsletter. It's on the first page of the newsletter with get in touch.
The newsletter. I think we're on about different things. I'm looking at an email which is like the weekly. This is what's happening in church on
The
Sunday.
last one that's come out has got a cross with a sunset on it.
That's not the one I'm looking at.
Ah, no, sorry, it's not on the it's on the order of service then.
Yeah, it's only on the order of
Oh, when you
service.
download the order of
Sorry.
service. Right, okay.
Got to hit the order of service link to get to it.
Okay, let me try that.
But again, it's not actually linked to the policy. It's just the
Yeah, no, the
contact
whole
details.
church won't have access to the policy. That's the staff teams and volunteers. That's on like SharePoint. That's like a different system. And that would have been written by Patrick and Carol. Well, not by them actually. I think it was written by Karen and Patrick, maybe. So I think Carol came in after Karen.
Yeah, I think the concern for many, from a public perspective, is in case you have any safeguarding concerns and whatever, report it to dash dash. And I think that's enough for like the public. Then when it comes down to volunteers and stuff, that's where then they need to have like the actual full policy and read it and stuff.
We do have a volunteer application form. So if someone volunteers for a role, there is an application form available for them to fill in. That will then come to me to do their DBS, and it gets like uploaded on the system. So we do have a policy for that. I don't know if everyone knows about it, but there is a process for it.
Okay.
So Mary always uses it for place of welcome. She always follows that policy. So she'll get the volunteer to fill in the application form. She'll then put it on my desk, and then I'll then do the DBS check for them.
How long does DBS take these days, Cass?
You mean to fill in the form online?
No, I mean once
weeks.
Depends which country you're from.
Once you've actually filled in the form online, how long does it take to get a result?
I think it's really quick.
Okay.
But getting the form can be quite complicated. So at the moment, I'm trying to do DBS checks for the GEM team, and it's really, really complicated because they're all on visas, and it's just accessing their documents is really complicated. And yeah, it's just literally taking forever. So some of them are really straightforward, but some are like really complicated, but I don't really know why. But I think once it's through, it's quick. Because obviously you pay for it.
Sorry?
Well, obviously you pay for it.
Yeah,
So
how much is it these days?
£15. Well, it's £14.40 a person.
Well, that's not too bad then.
No, but
For
when
me.
like most of your church are volunteers, then it
Yeah.
adds up quite a lot. And then if you apply for a minister role, it's £60.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And then at our church, we haven't got one role that encompasses like lots of things. So we have a role for place of welcome, and then a role for youth and children, and then a role for elders. And so some people have got like three, like elders covers everything, and minister covers everything. But some people have got like a kids work DBS or a youth DBS, but then they need to get a place of welcome DBS. I then have to apply for another DBS for them. And the only way you can get around that is by applying through the company that we do our DBSs with for a brand new role. But then when they've already got one anyway, then you're just gonna then you might as well just get them one. It's really, really complicated. Yeah.
Because I've employed a 17-year-old, I'm going to have to do DBS checks for all of my staff.
Yeah.
Because they get left alone with him at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I never
Don't make that mistake again.
Yeah. I never done DBSs before until it's never something that's been in any of my previous job roles. So I was in one of my previous jobs, I was applying for the designated safeguarding lead role, like to get the training for it, but I actually ended up leaving that organization before I went through the training. Because a lot of the work that we were doing on the phones was with vulnerable adults. So, but this is like, yeah, so this is DBSs are,
Has.
yeah.
I'm a bit surprised about what you're saying about having multiple ones for individuals because when I was working on teacher training, the way it would work, I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but a teacher trainee would have a DBS with the university, and then they would go out into different schools, and it might be like a primary and a secondary, and they wouldn't need multiple DBS checks. So couldn't we just have something whereby someone is like a generic role to do
Yeah, that's what
with
we
the
need.
church?
We need a generic role, basically. We just need one
Yeah.
role that covers loads. But because these roles already
Yeah.
existed, and because lots of people already had a DBS,
Mm.
it's like you're sort of then having to start everything again, is where I've just kind of worked with what I've kind of inherited and
Yeah.
just sort of like made it through that way. But yeah, really, you need one role that like covers all of it.
Sounds like it would be worth the effort in the long term.
Yeah, probably would. Yeah. I think,
I'm not
especially
saying that's your job or anything.
no,
I'm
well,
just
no, it
saying.
is my job. That does fall under my it's on my job objective. It is my job. Yeah. So creating one generic role is definitely the way we go. But when they just keep landing at you all the time, like you just want to
Yeah.
get it done.
No, I understand that. It's for like firefighting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you guys do in your church?
You
So
muted, Mod.
we have a safeguarding lead. Yeah, and basically we have it in our emails. Like we have the lead, which I don't know if it's right to mention. We have her and we have it in our church because we don't own the church, so we just attend it once within a week, which is the Sunday. So we just post it there. But since we moved into a bigger space where we have joint, we are now kind of restructuring everything so to get it better now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
At
good.
first, when we were with Abbey Road, we have our safeguarding lead who was just close to us. So we had her also in our emails. All together, we have every safeguarding policy with everything in our emails, and we had it also on the building as well because the building has their safeguarding policies and everything pasted. So we also had to get ours there as well. Yeah. So now we join you, so we can get everything readjusted again. That's how it is now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So, John, with your case, employing a 17-year-old, why do you think you need to do the DBSs on?
Because when I was filling out the 145-page form for the college for their apprenticeship, one of the questions was, will the under 18-year-old be in any situation where they'll be left with one other person who has not been DBS checked? And I, at the moment, have clicked yes, they will. So I'm waiting for the college to come back and say to me, you
Okay.
need to get a safeguarding there.
Oh, so it's not 100% sure that you have to do it, or
I'm pretty sure I'll have to.
oh, well, if you've only just filled that form in,
Yeah,
then
but
that implies that you're not locked into a contract to employ that person.
Yeah. When
well,
does
I
it
mean, yeah,
turn
it would have been
18?
nice to have got that before I employed them, but I assume that refers to a law that I should already know about and should have already done the DBS checks. So
When do they turn 18?
July, sadly.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think I can kick that one down the can that can down the road long enough to get to their 18th. But you know, hopefully it's only what 50. I mean, and with Alex leaving, I don't particularly want to put in a DBS check for him because I imagine he'll have left before the result comes in.
So what would happen if someone fails it? Do they have to leave? Does the young person?
No, I'd have to not ever leave that young person. Well, it depends on what I got back from it, I guess. But
well, assuming the worst, like just thinking it through practically, trying to.
I could send that person to work from home permanently. There you go. Excludes them from the workplace.
Yeah. Well, hang on a minute. If you just have the 17-year-old work from home permanently, you don't have to be alone with him.
I've looked at that. He's not got facilities to do it, sadly.
Is the cost of the checks not less than the money you save from employing him, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I get £1,000, I think, for employing him, but not until like 6 months in. So I've got to fork the money out first. But it's not about the money, you know. I knew it wasn't going to be much. I didn't know exactly how much it was going to be, but it's more just I've got to find a company to do the DBS check, and then I've got to get all the admin done to support it.
So, you know, if someone helps out in the I forgot the Sunday school.
Yeah.
And they've not done it before.
Yeah.
And they're not doing it alone. They don't need a DBS check, I assume.
Yes.
If anyone who's going to be left alone with a child definitely needs a DBS check.
No, I specifically said not
I
alone.
know. I'm not a lawyer though, so
No, so if they're with someone who's got a DBS, then they're fine, but you need to really get them a DBS because it's not best practice. It's not best practice. So obviously if someone's on kids work, as long as you might be in the process of doing their DBS, or I know we've got a few people that want to try it out this term to see if it's like a good fit for them. I'm not going to get them a DBS check, but they're going to be with someone else who is DBS checked, so it's fine. It's like when you're in a school, if someone comes in and they haven't got a DBS, you know, like someone who's coming in to fix the electrics or the gas meter, whatever, they have to stay with you because you're the one that's DBS checked. So you have to walk them all the way through the school and stay with them the whole time until they then leave, like, that area basically, because they're not allowed alone in a school.
Yeah.
But that's law. That's not like, that is the law.
I've got another question, and I don't know if this is totally off topic. Just tell me to shut up if it's not relevant to this.
Maybe, but
say like where I get confused is say someone's like this isn't about DBS and criminal history and all of that, but say somebody's been entrusted to do such a role, and say they're working with children of primary school age. And then they start teaching these children about something like having a gender transition. Is that a safeguarding? Can they be like pulled up on safeguarding for that? Or is that like, I don't know, like that's the bit where I don't really understand safeguarding.
Sorry, when they start to do what?
It's if they start teaching young people things which aren't good for them, but it's almost become commonplace and acceptable in society. So if you're teaching a young person or grooming them to have a gender transition, how is that picked up by
that's a safeguarding concern. It's equivalent to me just scamming, teaching children violence. Like
that's not a safeguarding thing, I don't think. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think Ray's saying he thinks it should be. And
okay.
I think it would be.
I don't think according to the law it's safe. I don't think that's
I'm somewhat quite inclined to agree that if someone's trying to groom someone to effectively infertile, make themselves infertile, I feel like there is a safeguarding issue there. But you know, there we go.
I think you'd have to look at the law.
So you could teach that you could teach in Sunday school about same-sex relationships, and that wouldn't be a safeguarding thing. You could encourage them.
If it's within if it's within a curriculum of a Bible, say for example, if anywhere in the Bible I get to a scripture where it mentions about same-sex relationships, because as a Sunday school teacher or whichever youth worker that I'll be in that mandate and context, I would tell them what because I'm not teaching them what my mind is, I'm teaching them what the Bible is. So essentially, it's like I'm protecting myself of whatever opinions I have of particular situations. It's the Bible that I'm referring to as opposed to what my mind is.
But isn't that the problem? Because people will try and claim that the Bible teaches whatever their view is, as opposed to.
I think that's why you have to have a statement of faith as a
Yeah.
church. So you have to have a statement of faith that everyone's familiar with, and that if you're, and that's why if you're in a position of leading something like kids work or youth work, because those things do come up. I think that came up in like my first session of leading youth work at Roheath. And then so, and obviously I was new to the church, so I didn't even know what the church taught on it or what the young people have been taught on it so far. So it was literally like my first week. So I was just like, I don't know what you've been taught about.
Which topic was that, Kaz? Which topic?
It was about same-sex relationships. And so I think, and because I think at that time Roheath didn't have a statement of faith. I think we do have a statement of faith now on our website, but I don't think it did have a statement of faith then. And I think if you've got a statement of faith, then I think that's good to refer to. And also just making sure that the people that serve in kids work and youth work are Christians and do actually adhere to what the statement of faith is. So, I know that I've got someone coming in over the next couple of months just to try out to see, but I had to check with them if they were actually a Christian, because I don't know them. So I needed to check, like, are you a Christian? Do you, because obviously it is kids work and it is youth work. And actually that's important that like you do adhere to what the Bible says in order to be in kids work and youth work.
I'd love to chat to you more about this, but I think I'm
we got
dominating the call, so maybe I'll pull you over in church sometime or something.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm always happy for a chat. I live for controversy.
You can have the chat with Lawrence.
Well, that's good, because Jesus was controversial, so you should do.
Ray, do you serve on any team at the moment?
No.
Yeah, you do.
Would you like to serve on any teams?
Right, that's
at the
it now.
moment?
Lawrence is recruiting you.
Yeah. Would you like to serve on any teams?
What team does John think that I serve on? Out of interest
Intercession.
before we go. Is that a team? Okay. Yeah, do then. The
At the
answer's
moment,
yes.
we've got youth team. We've got kids. I don't know. Kaz, are you full on your team?
Well, in kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can always have extra. You always want more than you need.
Well, I right now I need more than I have.
I think
we need more. We need more in youth, probably. Yeah.
And then I need
more in youth. Yeah.
And then we've got rooms. We've got spaces in live streaming. We've got spaces in many other ministries in the church. So would you like to be part of it?
So the problem is, Lawrence, is I've got a geographical barrier at the moment. So which you're probably not aware of. So yeah, it's difficult for me to commit to times and things properly in the church.
Okay. Once a month, maybe?
Once a month, Ray, you can come and teach the children about Sodom and Gomorrah.
I wasn't angling. I don't think that's where I'm particularly gifted with young people. I wasn't angling for that. I was just curious from a safeguarding. I'm just fascinated in the safeguarding aspect of it. Really,
we'll definitely chat more whenever you're around. Yeah.
I complain this conversation's become exclusively about our church and irrelevant to everyone else in the call. But Alex is the only other person in the room, so it's fine.
No, we've got Ebenezer. We've got.
I haven't got.
We've got Samuel.
Sorry, I've got the non-videoed people turned off.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there we go. We do have Abney and Samuel. Oh yeah, Maya was here as well.
About if I ask this question, do you guys do safeguarding Sundays at all? It's one of the
We have not since I've been at Roheath, but we are going to try and do it at some point soon.
Right. That's one of the
Yeah.
best practice. There needs to be a safeguarding Sunday. Leave all message aside, and you just get clips, online, and talk about safeguarding generally. Take questions from the congregation. What do they think? You understand me? And you can put it like in form of like, oh, we're having this safeguarding Sunday because there's a new policy. Because there's a new safeguarding policy that we want everyone to look into. And this is what it covers. This is what it covers. This is the new safeguarding coordinator for children, for adults. And if there are other services that run during the week that involve vulnerable groups as well, there's a safeguarding coordinator. And then you can use it to announce a safeguarding training as well, to say there's a safeguarding training coming up. If you really want to know more about it, it's detailed. We're going to have a safeguarding training where all these questions will be dealt with. And it's our policy. It's not the Bible that cannot be rewritten. You understand me? We can make it our own, how we deal with things in our church. And then we publicize it and make people know. It's a very good practice. There's a resource on the other suggested reading. There's a material there. There's a link on Safeguarding Sundays. There's like an intro video that you can watch. It's less than 2 minutes, I think, but it's pretty
Okay.
much, funny, and it just takes everything straight to points. It puts the safeguarding in a perspective that even a child can understand what safeguarding is.
Yeah.
So we started by describing that, if you want to go on a bike, you wear a helmet. If you want to go maybe to Riverside, you wear a life jacket. If you if you want to play football, you wear shin guards to protect yourself. So that's what safeguarding is all about, protecting people, vulnerable people, adults and children, inclusive. I just wanted to draw us down to safeguarding policies because
Sorry, Alex, can I just
yes,
ask a few questions about that?
yeah,
So we want to do a safeguarding Sunday,
yeah.
so can you just show like the DVD? Like, can you not DVD? Can you show it online to the whole church? Is that what a safeguarding Sunday is?
In fact, let's even do it. Let's do it now. Share screen. So this is the one. By the way, this is the safeguarding resource that we use. We use 31.8 to do our DBSs. We use 31.8 model safeguarding policy as well. And they are our independent advisors. So before any safeguarding coordinator does anyone, he just ring them up. They've got a dedicated DBS helpline. And he asks them, oh, this has happened in the church. We want to find out how to deal with this. And they will give you free advice. We pay an annual subscription fee with them. I think it's around 130, around £13 a month or something like that. And any DBS we want to do for volunteers is actually free. We just pay the, how much is it? I think for volunteers it's free, but there's a fee, you understand me, that we will pay, which makes it then everything maybe £11 or so for volunteers.
So because you pay the yearly subscription, so it's £159, you then get your DBSs for free through 31.8.
That's correct.
And that's any type of DBS.
It's within the church context, we're limited to, before it was anything, any kind of DBS, basic, whether you want basic or enhanced. But now they've separated the DBS to involve, not to involve roles in care settings. So, for example, they will eliminate you checking for bad list. If someone is on bad list for like children's homes or is on like bad list on a care home for adults, they've eliminated that. But before now, we used to have that. Before now, we used to have we can do DBS if, for example, someone is holding like Sunday schools or children Bible lessons or cell groups in their homes with vulnerable adults and stuff.
Yeah.
They've also removed that now. So right now it's just an enhanced check, adults and children,
Yeah.
and you just see what comes up really. You understand me? I don't really get the difference, but I think it's to make the process more faster, because if something has happened somewhere, it doesn't mean that it's not being reported in those other places. So I think they've streamlined it to be like, if you do the one on the police national computer, then there's no need for you going all that place, because all those places you want to go check, it will actually flag it up in this main one. Do I make sense?
Yeah. I didn't realize that you got your DBSs for free if you signed up to the thing.
That's, to be fair, I just need to check, but I do know they used to say volunteers are free. But I
Yeah.
think there's like a small fee that we pay. I don't know what that fee is for, but I know that it comes like almost free.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
can I just ask, I know you're showing us the safeguardingsunday.org.
Yeah.
And then with your actual training
Yes.
for, so do you separate it out between, like, so you've got your Safeguarding Sunday, which is for everyone in the church,
Correct.
and then do you then do a different one for all the kids and youth workers, whether they're a volunteer or the ministers? And then do you have then a separate one for that? And who do you do that one with? Do you do that one with 31.8, or do you do that with someone else?
31.8, we have given us access to all their shared resources in the, we have a dedicated library. So immediately someone is being recruited as a volunteer, he goes through the e-learning for safeguarding straight.
Okay, so like,
And
when
then it generates a certificate for that person that he's gone through safeguarding course.
okay.
So the thing is, we can do it staggered, depending on how people tend to want to join to serve. And if, for example, we have a new member of staff starting, or new minister coming, safeguarding course is part of the e-learning materials that would automatically drop at their mailbox, together with DBS checks as well, which will be done through 31.8.
So you basically do it all through 31.8?
Everything through 31.8 because
you're members,
because we're members. That's correct. Yeah. So
Okay,
if anything we're unsure about safeguarding, we just call them and ring them up. Oh, hey guys.
Yeah.
Like this question you were asking in this one about, a young person was just talking about, people converting to transgender and stuff like that. Is it right for a child of that age to be saying that or doing that? Blah, blah, blah. That's a question to ask 31.8, because they cover as many as 30,000 organizations in the UK. So something that you don't know about has happened somewhere, and they can actually give you the best advice going forward.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's watch what
Safeguarding
the
Sunday gives your church the opportunity to share its own safeguarding story, to reinforce what it is to be part of a loving, faithful and safe church community, and to help create greater understanding and positive awareness of safeguarding among church members. This November, share the work your church is doing to make it a safer place for everyone.
Last year, churches who took part reported better positive awareness of safeguarding among church members, increased numbers of people feeling able to talk about their abuse for the first time, additional people volunteering for safeguarding and children's and youth work roles, more people completing safeguarding training and criminal record checks, and the number of safeguarding leads feeling supported in their role by the church, you guessed it, was bigger. But don't just take our word for it.
Our safeguarding officer felt particularly affirmed. It was probably the first time she had been publicly prayed for in church.
It was a powerful service. It contributed and reinforced the culture we want to create. We can't thank you enough. So powerful.
It made safeguarding sound everyday and accessible, not a big, scary or threatening thing, just a normal part of what we do, which is exactly how it should be.
We had been struggling to find people for our children's registration on Sundays. Safeguarding Sunday really helped us recruit volunteers.
We are a community, together in faith, together in trust, together in church.
The impact of marking Safeguarding Sunday in your church can be huge. Visit safeguardingsunday.org to find out more.
Yeah, so that's Safeguarding Sunday. We do ours in August every year. And we usually do our Safeguarding Sunday just before we launch the new safeguarding policy for the next year. So the Safeguarding Sunday is the day where we make them, okay, we have a new policy, and because today is Safeguarding Sunday, these are the changes that we've made. Copies are available to everyone. Take it home, read it. If there's any points you don't like, or you say you don't agree with, or is there any point that needs to be expanded, we will then do the final 1-month consultation before then we publish it in September. So we host ours every first Sunday in August.
Okay, sorry, can you just repeat the stages that you go through again? Sorry.
So every year, annually, we review our safeguarding policy.
Yeah.
Sometimes not big changes, sometimes it's just dates.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
changing
yeah.
from
Yeah, yeah.
2025 to 2026,
Yeah,
something like
yeah,
that,
yeah.
because there's nothing really. But we use the Safeguarding Sunday to announce the launch of a new safeguarding policy that will be coming soon, and for consultation, 1-month consultation period.
1 month
Yeah.
consultation.
So we print it out, we give people copies. Most times, what's usually changed in the safeguarding policy is either we want someone else to try the role of a safeguarding coordinator to relieve someone that has done it maybe for 2 years, 3 years, or there's a new minister in church, and because there's a new minister in church, and maybe there's a new program that involves vulnerable group, we then want to add a deputy, another deputy. You can have as many deputies as possible. You can have 3, 4, 5, 6, as long as they're working in unity and they know what to do when there's a safeguarding concern. So that's the team that looks into it. And if they are loggerheads, then you have your external body, which is 31.8, to give a resolution. Did you get what I'm saying? Because we will all see things from different perspectives.
Yeah, so you have like a team of safeguarding people.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there should be a team.
So is your safeguarding coordinator the same as your DSL, or are they different?
With it is.
Are they the same as your designated safeguarding lead?
They are.
They're the coordinator.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're a small church, it makes things a little bit easy because we're only 3.
Okay.
So we have a safeguarding coordinator, we have a deputy safeguarding coordinator for children, deputy safeguarding coordinator for adults.
Okay.
Yeah. So the idea or the rationale with the safeguarding deputies is whoever spend the most time in those group settings is the will head the safeguarding, or whoever comes regularly attends or is in charge of running that program, because it's the person that children will know, is the person that maybe those adults will know as coordinating it. For example, like you're having like wise olds meeting every Tuesday afternoon, where old people in the community or care homes come in, their carers bring them and stuff like that. Who is the minister doing that program should be the safeguarding coordinator for that, because it's the person, that's the first line of person that they will come in contact with within our organization and the person, the service users. So they should be the safeguarding coordinators. And we then announce changes to if there's training, or if anybody wants to be trained, drop your name. And we will send you an email with the e-learning course. It will give you a certificate at the end of it. Once you've done it, bring it to church. And if you want to take part in any safeguarding role within the church, sign up for DBS. It's free. Just meet us, speak to so person, bring the so documents, And just know, even if you're not prepared to serve now, you can just get it done so that when the opportunity comes, we know you're already on our list anyway. Things like that.
Okay, thanks. Quite
Yeah,
a nice amount of
I know,
information.
I know, I know.
So that's really
Like I
helpful.
said,
I
you
might
know,
have to contact you separately on another occasion.
no problem, no problem. That's the essence of this community meeting and all that. You know, is to say, how are you guys doing this thing over here? How are you guys doing this thing? What are best practices around? You know, that's what it is. And we absolutely know that it's the Lord that can protect everyone in totality. What we don't want is the name of our ministry or our churches to be involved with anything that could potentially harm any vulnerable child or adult. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's the more thing about it. Or sometimes, you know, even ministers just being ignorant. For example, you are a pastor in the church and young girls come to sit on your laps in church and you just think it's a joke. That is a serious safeguarding issue. No matter how familiar you were with those children, you can do that in the presence of their family, in their home, but in the church, it's not a good sign. Because the reason why is because teenagers too, we think is okay. Then another boy will come with his girlfriend and he will sit with her on the laps in the church and all that, and all kinds of things can erupt from there. So they should know that in the church, there's basic standards, and leaders, you understand me, are the first people that should demonstrate that example. So if a youth leader or a youth pastor, you understand me, is always just having teenage girls all around him all the time, after meeting is finished, they've not gone home. Do you get what I'm saying? Those are like small triggers for safeguarding. Because when it blows up somewhere, it's the name of the whole church that will be involved at the end of the day. And it only just take one person to just say something or one person to just misinterpret a particular action.
Yeah.
And then if they don't know how to deal with it before you know it, it's gone out of hand. So it's about all those little things. So yeah, and even with vulnerable vulnerable adults, majority, since the issue of this mental health has started, that's where churches are most vulnerable. Thinking somebody with a mental health issue, coming to church regularly or wanting to come for prayers outside the time of general church meetings, just because we found out that some people going through mental health crisis, they tend to want to sit down and talk and have coffee. There are other places they can get their services from. There's talking therapies, there's Samaritans, there's this, there's that. Signpost them. That's safeguarding. Pray for them. Keep minimal contact. Make sure there are people around you anytime you're seeing people like that. Possibly maybe another pastor or another worker or something. And try as much as possible, make counseling, same gender, not mixed gender. Not, I'm the pastor of the church, I'm counseling, a 35-year-old single mother. You understand me? And I've told her to come specially to church, and it's just only me and her in church. You're already putting yourself in a safeguarding problem. It's those kind of things. If you need to do that, you say, meet me in church so we can hear you and pray about it. I won't have so person or my wife come with me so we can actually, where 2 or 3 are gathered, and also you can even be disclosing that for my own safeguarding as well, just to make sure that we're doing everything safe. You can be open about it. Yeah. So those are the, the small lapses, you understand me, that we need to have as procedure. If you check our safeguarding policy, the one I put on the learning module, if people have access to it, I want to make reference to page 44 and page 43 and page 44, actually. It's an appendix and it has like a flow chart like this. Sorry, I'm not using my desktop. I'm using my laptop because my desktop, I have to use these camcorders, you understand me? And I don't too fancy it. I think this one, the image is better on this. If not, I will have just shared my screen if I was using the desktop. But there's a document that looks like this that has flow charts. And this is the recommended, ways to respond to safeguarding. But for it has the first page, page 43, has responding to safeguarding concerns children. And then the second page has responding to safeguarding concerns adults. So these 2 pages, every member in our church that has children, every parent has a copy that has church in our church. Every member has a copy of this flowchart. So they know when something is a safeguarding concern, that has to be something they bring to our notice, or is something that they need to tell the police directly. So for example, the flowchart starts with signs, symptoms, or a disclosure. Then it moves to the next box. It says, is the child seriously injured? If the answer is yes, contact 999 or police or hospital immediately, depending on the situation. If it's a no, is it a possible sign of abuse? If the answer is yes, discuss with safeguarding coordinator, and then it then branches off to say, are symptoms suggestive of sexual abuse, or is the child or young person in danger of significant harm if they return home? If the answer is yes, do not speak to the parents or carers, contact Children's Social Services immediately. Do we get it now? So that document is very important that you go through it, because this is where usually we get it wrong. A safeguarding concern was identified, safeguarding officer either ignored it or didn't know what to do. You understand me? And before you know it, it keeps going on, it keeps going on, it keeps going on. In our quiz, there was a question that, what is the best way to ensure that abuse does not continue within our churches? And it's actually this document, you understand me, by people knowing how to respond, and report safeguarding concerns. Majority of the time, this is where it is lacking. It's actually in the responding and the reporting. Because a lot of things could have been corrected. A lot of things that somebody thought is this. I'll give you one example of something that happened when I was a youth leader at Birmingham City Church. This was like 10 years ago. So an evangelist called me for a meeting to come to his house to have dinner. We came to the house, we cooked meals. He's married, his wife is there. He then invited another single lady from the church, and I think 2 of them, and then including me. I was not aware that it's not inside its church safeguarding policy, you understand me, not to even hold that kind of a meeting. In their safeguarding policy, if any church leader or anybody that is like a subgroup leader or anything is being invited to anybody's home, you must first tell the pastor. So the pastor can judge it if it's safe or not safe. But I didn't know. So I went for this event. Oh yeah, we went cooking, blah, blah, blah. Ended with prayers and everything. And by the time I had the news in church, it has generated into a safeguarding concern. Apparently, one of the single ladies thought, she said, I think she said I was a little bit flirting with her or something. And for me, I was just new in the country, less than 3 months old. Do you get what I'm saying? And in the society that I live in, this is just normal thing that we do. And I just thought, oh, I'm within believers, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, yeah, that guy is a bit dodgy, he was a little bit flirty. He looked at me in a flirtish way. Reporters got into the pastor. I didn't know nothing. It took me another 6 weeks before I even had the conversation that this is what went up. This is what happened. And then I went straight to meet the senior minister. When this happened, why didn't you just call me and ask me about my own views? They said, well, she's had a habit of doing that to ministers. Apparently, she always target ministers that are so naive in safeguarding, and she corners them and lures them into an uncomfortable situation where an allegation will be made, and it will spread like wildfire because she can carry rumors fastly. She's so obsessed about it, and she's a probation officer. Yeah. Seriously. And she does that not just in our church. When it is kicked off in this church, she goes to another church. So apparently the church has this information, and I didn't know. And this was the person that this evangelist told me, oh, let's come, let's have food in my own house. Do we understand that? So things like having meals, and in what at what stage can someone that has just joined the church newly, you understand me, should be allowed to attend cell group in someone else's house? That's a safeguarding concern. He just came to church today. We just met him. Apparently, maybe he's a Christian or he's not a Christian, or he just got baptized, or he just gave his life to Christ. And so we need to be careful how we let them join cell groups, especially most cell groups are held in people's homes. You don't know who you're introducing into that home. That home might have children. You don't know anything about his DBS. Yes, he's become new Christian. Praise the Lord, glory, hallelujah. But if he's going to be introduced into a cell group in a home, not in a supervised environment, who do you know that you're sending into those people's home? Who is he going to exchange number with there? And things like that. So it becomes so serious, you understand me, when we begin to look at things like this. Any questions before we go further? And, for example, if something now happens in that person's home that he went to, and a church member feels something's not quite right, maybe he was hanging out too much with my teenage daughter and they were laughing in such a way, who does that parent report to? That is the reason why there needs to be a safeguarding policy. If there's a safeguarding concern, the coordinator needs to know about it immediately. And then if there's proper reporting, they can quickly save, you understand me, that family from any mishap or from them meeting somewhere else or him, befriending anybody over there and causing them harm. And we're just looking at that. He just became a Christian. Yeah. We've had those kind of situations before. In fact, as part of, I remember that as part of my safeguarding policy when I was student leader in Birmingham City Church as well, we were not allowed, even though this is uni now. This is like university students. I was like cell group leader for university students only. We had a university students cell group leadership. We were not allowed as the cell group leader to visit any member that is in that group. If we need to meet up, we have to meet up all as a team, as a group somewhere. And the pastor needs to know about it. The time, the date, the venue, and how long. These are serious safeguarding issues. Because possibly maybe you decided, oh, we're going to hang out maybe Birmingham Town Center, yeah, let's meet at Chiquitos or something. Good. That friend might come with another friend who does not attend your church, and you don't know what influence is going to be on that group. Did you get what I'm saying? You don't know what influence that person is going to bring on that group. You don't know if that person might feel that, oh, maybe you've brought church to a restaurant or something, of which these are things that happens a lot, like Hillsong. Hillsong can decide to do cell group meeting in Costa Coffee. They can decide to do it in restaurants. They will just buy out the whole restaurant between a particular point in time. Everybody buy food, they eat, they meal, they mingle, and then they pray, and then they share one or two Bible verses, no choruses or songs or anything, and that's it. And then people just get on because of London busy life. You know how London is. So, but even in those kind of settings, there needs to be an eye for safeguarding because you don't know who you're dealing with. You don't know people too well. So safeguarding can get complex the more the church gets bigger and larger. But if it's already in the culture, as small as we are, as we grow bigger, we won't get it wrong. Sorry, let me just put my laptop to charge. It looks like it's dying off. Yeah, and going back to the issue of, the bigger the church, the messier they are safeguarding. That's another thing I've discovered, or one experience that I've found out. For example, let's look at the case of Willow Creek. Anybody know about Willow Creek? Do we know about Willow Creek program? Have you ever heard about the Leadership Summit? They used to hold Leadership Summit events and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the Willow Creek organization had a safeguarding issue, and it wasn't treated well, and it crumbled that ministry. That ministry came down. I remember we used to go to their Leadership Summit when we were in for couple of years. This is a leadership summit that is being held in New Zealand, in big cities across.
Sorry, Alex, can we take a break of 15 minutes, please? We haven't taken a break.
We will indeed. We're coming to the end of it. You can take a
It's
break.
almost 2 hours now.
Yeah, carry on. You can take a break. So, it's the bigger the church, if there is no coordinated safeguarding, and especially safeguarding around activities that don't really happen in church, of which we do lots of them, especially like cell groups that happen in people's homes. Those leaders or those people leading those cell group must duly understand your safeguarding policies. And before the church introduce new people to their homes, we need to have a little bit of, knowledge about, those people, not just professing the Lord and all that, because even the devil can call the name of the Lord. He can speak in tongues. He doesn't just believe. Do you get what I'm saying? So let's be very, very, very careful so that we don't expose people to undue harm that they shouldn't be exposed into. So I think I'll take the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's have a short break. If you have any question, please just let's note it down, and I can then use this time to coordinate my thoughts on how to answer them briefly within the last 15 minutes before we close. So just put it on the chat group if you have any questions. I'm expecting as much question as possible so that I can just treat all of them at once, and we can use this time. If you need to go toilet, you need to take a break, drink water, whatever, use this time, please.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
girl who watched. Once upon a time,
if you're a person of faith,
imagine bringing your side project to life.
Right. I'm going to share the screen for us to watch this video together. Just because it will cover one big part of safeguarding that I don't think we have time to go into, but the video will self-explain and then possibly it will give us cause to have more questions to raise. So it's on the topic of spiritual abuse, the tactics and, and how to spot it basically within the context of safeguarding. So I'll just play the video for us to watch together.
Exposing the tactics of spiritual abuse, where I'll be talking about 10 more red flags to look out for in your spiritual or religious friendships and communities. In part 1, I talked about the subtle and sophisticated tactics that spiritual abusers use to control and manipulate others. We also talked about the importance of considering the context and the intention behind the behaviors and trusting your instincts when something feels off. It's important to remember that not every tactic the I talk about has to be there in order for a group to be considered harmful. Also, if a group uses one of these tactics, it does not necessarily mean that they are abusive. Context is everything, so make sure you seek support if you're concerned. Let's dive right in. Tactic number 1, creating an us versus them mentality. One of the tactics that spiritual abusers use is creating this division between us and them, often labeling outsiders as unconscious, low vibe, or sinners. This creates a sense of superiority within the group and can be used to justify the mistreatment or exclusion of those who do not conform to the group's beliefs or practices. This tactic is often used to isolate people from their friends and their family, limiting access to outside information or perspectives. In the spiritual cult I was involved in, the leaders subtly spoke down on outsiders and created this image that you couldn't trust anybody in the outside world because they were asleep or of lower consciousness. Many members who had issues couldn't trust going to their family or professional for help because they wouldn't be of any help, they thought. They may even discourage or forbid communication with people who have left the group and shun those who choose to leave. For example, in Scientology, they would label anybody who raised concerns and questions about them as a suppressive person, and they forbid people from within that organization to talk to them. This us versus them mentality creates a sense of superiority as well as fear and dependency on the group and discourages people from seeking help or leaving that group. Tactic number 2 is when they say that the leader or the teachers are completely clear. This can be used to justify abusive behavior or to silence victims. They may also use this tactic to assert authority or control over other people by claiming that their interpretation of the teachings or ideology is the only correct one, that the leader is enlightened and therefore can do no harm, and have people blindly believe everything that comes out of their mouth. They may also use claims of prophecy or revelation to control and manipulate victims by claiming to have a special insight or understanding of the will of a higher power that can do no wrong. This tactic is often used to justify the leader's actions or decisions without proper examination or questioning. They may also use this tactic to assert that their beliefs and practices are the only correct ones and that anyone who disagrees with it is not following the right path. This tactic is often used to control and manipulate people by asserting their authority and silencing any doubts, concerns, or questioning. Tactic number 3, pushing for unity as a means of control. So one tactic that spiritual abusers can use is pushing for this unity within the group, often under the guise of promoting harmony and cohesion. However, this can often be used as a means of manipulation and control because it can actually mean a desire for uniformity and conformity. This tactic can be used to demand complete obedience and submission to religious authority figures or leaders by portraying that any dissent or any questioning is a disruption of that unity. This can also be used to silence people and create this culture of fear and compliance within the group. It's important to be aware that true unity is built on mutual respect, healthy communication, diversity, and this open-mindedness. It should not involve the suppression of individuality or the suppression of dissenting voices. Tactic number 4 is twisting teachings. By twisting the meaning of the teaching, spiritual abusers can justify their actions, control the behavior of others, and maintain that power and control over the group. So it's really important to be aware that proper examination and understanding of the teachings is necessary to understand their intended meaning. Make sure that you involve your critical thinking. Look at the person who's saying it, and are there any hidden agendas of why they are saying it in that way? Tactic number 5 is cherry picking teachings. Another common tactic that I see spiritual abusers use is cherry picking their teachings in order to fit their own self-serving agendas. This can include selectively choosing certain teachings while ignoring or dismissing others that may challenge their authority or beliefs. By cherry-picking teachings, spiritual abusers can justify their actions, control the behavior of others, and again, maintain that power and control over the group. You might find that they are consistently contradicting themselves of what they say or what they teach or their words and their actions. Tactic number 6, discrediting or invalidating the personal experiences and emotions of others. Now, this tactic can include dismissing, belittling somebody's feelings, thoughts, or concerns, or suggesting that they're just not in line with the teachings or the beliefs of the group. An abuser might say things like, "You're not your thoughts or your emotions. Christians. This body is not your body, and you're just a temporary vessel. Your true self is not affected by what's happening in this world or by what I do to you. While his teaching might support somebody who's in deep suffering feel a sense of relief, this tactic of using this phrase could also be used to silence victims and to invalidate their human experiences, and creating this culture of fear and compliance within the group. And they can think that something is wrong with them for having human emotions. It's important to be aware that people have the right to their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences, and these should be validated and respected. Tactic number 7 is spiritual love bombing. So now this is when an abuser showers somebody with excessive affection, love, and attention, only to later exploit them. This tactic is used to gain the trust and loyalty of the other person, making them more susceptible to manipulation and control. The abuser may use spiritual teachings, rituals, or practices to make that victim feel special, chosen, or privileged. They may also use intermittent reinforcement, giving that person just small amounts of positive reinforcement, such as compliments, tokens of affection, or telling them how much they've spiritually advanced to keep them invested in that group. For example, in my toxic spiritual group, they showered me with compliments of how advanced I was and how I was the best thing that had ever happened to their team, and how the leader couldn't complete his mission without me. It was a way to draw me in and keep me hooked so the leader could later tear down my self-esteem. Now, spiritual love bombing can be used to build that trust and a false sense of connection. Because once that trust is established, they may begin to successfully use spiritual manipulation tactics such as belittling, disrespect, or emotional abuse to tear that person down. And it's important to be aware that true spirituality should be based on love, respect, mutual consent. Tactic number 8, using fasting, dietary restrictions, or sleep deprivation in order to control and weaken other people. The abuser may use religious or spiritual teachings to justify these practices, suggesting that they are necessary for spiritual growth or purification. The abuser may use this tactic also to make the victim more susceptible to manipulation and control by making them physically and psychologically weaker. The abuser may also use this tactic to justify their own behavior as a test of faith or a punishment for sins, or to blame the victim for the abuse. Tactic number 9, using special language to control and manipulate others. Create a special kind of language that only insiders recognize, and it can trigger strong emotions in other people. This language may include special words, phrases, or symbols that are used to create a sense of belonging and exclusivity among members of the group. The abuser may also use special language to create a sense of superiority among members of the group by making them feel special or chosen. This tactic is used to create a sense of loyalty and dependency among the members of the group and to control their behavior. The abuser may also use this tactic to discourage members from seeking help or leaving the group by making them feel like outsiders or just lesser than, because they don't understand their special language. They just don't get it. Tactic number 10, using shame and guilt to control behavior. The abuser might use religious or spiritual teachings to make that other person feel guilty or ashamed for their thoughts, behaviors, or feelings in order to control their behavior. The abuser might also use shame and guilt to control the victim's behavior by making them feel like they're just not good enough, or they're not living up to the expectations of the group or to a higher power. So as you can see, spiritual abuse can take on many different forms and can be really hard to recognize. These tactics are often used in subtle and covert, sophisticated ways, making it really difficult to identify, especially when you're in it. By becoming aware of these red flags, however, you can better protect yourself and others from spiritual abuse. Make sure to check out part 1 of the spiritual abuse tactics for 10 more red flags if you haven't done so already. Remember to trust your instincts and seek support if something feels off. Also, you can download my Cult Recovery Guide. It's a free 50-page guide that can help you determine how destructive or healthy a group is and help you on your journey of healing and recovery. Make sure to subscribe for more videos as I continue to expose the tactics of spiritual and other types of abuse. Thank you guys so much for watching.
More of that on YouTube if you want to get access to how to guide survivors for recovery as well. So that's Cassie. Her name is Cassie. Cassie, what again? Is it Cassie Allen or what? Let me see. That's yeah, Cassie Sorensen. I will just post the link, you understand me, so that we can she's done a very wonderful, beautiful videos, on spiritual abuse, and I found it very, very helpful. The other ones that I found were like too long, not suitable for like a class structure like this. But obviously we can't bombard ourselves with everything, but we can only just, take snippets here and there to just conclude the course. So in closing, before we close now, is question time. Questions. And if there is none, John, can you help us close in prayer?
And if I unmute myself, there you go.
All right, okay.
No questions? No? Okay. Kicking my desk to pieces. Father, we thank you for the teaching we've received today, and the enlightenment we found through sharing our shared experiences and hearing the wisdom of stories of past mistakes. Father, I thank you that this training is not only an opportunity for learning, but that we benefit from the support of each other and making contacts that we can turn to when we come to difficult situations in the future, and just say, hey, Alex, remember all that lovely safeguarding stuff you took me through? I've forgotten half of it. Could you just help me with this little bit here? So Lord, but we know that this safeguarding material comes through stories of pain. And Lord, I thank you that within this, you are using all situations for your glory, for your good. So Father, thank you for this, and bless us all, and bless Alex particularly for sharing his time with us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
In this busy world, people are possibly moving on to one thing or the other as we're approaching Sunday, and nearly everyone is a pastor or approaching to be a pastor. So I don't know how busy your day will be like tomorrow, but I just want to pray God blessing on everyone. Let's have a fantastic Sunday. Yeah.
I think that was background noise.
Oh, all right. Okay. My pleasure. So I'll just drop my email in case anybody, for any future resources or out of classroom conversation, or you finally something pops in that you're like, oh, I should have asked this. I'll drop my email here so I can be reached. Yeah.
We want to say thank you, Mr. Alex.
My
I really
pleasure.
appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Yeah. So my both email is there. If we need if there's any further resource or anything, just drop me an email, and I will be very happy for us to end up together. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, guys.
Thank you. I think we actually got an invite from you to this session, didn't we, Alex? So
yeah, I think I tried to invite everyone individually as well, because
although that's I think might have come from a different email address.
That's the point. You understand me? This is the problem with launching, logging off and logging in different system.
Hi, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. See you.
Hi, Samuel.
Next class. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. See
Hi,
you.
Alex.
See you, Kaz.
Thank you for all you do.
My pleasure.
Is your surname Akindu?
No, that's actually my wife's surname. You understand me? I was using my laptop at some point. One laptop dies, they'll pick up the other one, and I didn't know that all the logons and everything is gonna be sent out in her name. Yeah.
What is your surname, Alex?
Ogunwale. Same with Maya.
Okay. So I can copy it off Maya. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Because I've got you as Alex Wonderful Gospel Ministries.
It's Alex Ogunwale.
Cool. Right. Thanks so much, Alex.
Pleasure.
I'm sure I will see you very soon.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah.
Bless you, my friend.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I'm just looking for the hang up button.